The NFL regular season is finished. Does that mean that opportunities to make money here on Pub Sports Radio have come to an end? No!
The NFL playoffs are here, and so is the Pub Sports Radio Confidence Pool. $100 to enter, with only 3% going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
There are 13 NFL playoff games culminating in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara, California. 6 games in the wild card round, 4 in the divisional round, 2 in the conference round, and then the Super Bowl, which means you have 13 slots to fill. And you have to decide how confident you are on each game. Now, these picks are straight up. They are not against the spread. Each week, before the kickoff of the first game, you must have your picks in, pubsportsradio.com. So your most confident bet of the entire playoffs would fill your 13th slot. Your least confident spot, the one you question and you're not sure of, will be the number 1 slot. And you fill in these slots as we go through the playoffs. The capper with the most points, when it's all said and done, wins the confidence pool.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com.
Get that cash. Get it. Get it.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for Pub Sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. put his schnoz up front. Keep Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Those one are all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Fired! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim.
Started from the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Nice to be back in business with you guys. Happy Wednesday to all of you. I see the best bets rolling in. I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up. I'm excited about this card. Excited to attack the board with you guys. I've made 17 bets in college basketball, and that was cutting down, honestly. That was cutting down. Oh, shoot. I just screwed that up here. Damn, sorry. Copying and pasting everybody's action. I have stacks, and I messed that up. Let me get this here. We got Victor Reznov's best bets. We got everything rolling in here. Oh, no, I have stacks there. Okay, sorry. What is it? Okay, no, I see what I did. Okay, we're in business. We are in business. I'm pumped up. Thank you guys for joining us. We have a great show today. We're going to go through college basketball. I'm looking at Spooner's action. So Spooner and I were 7-1 when we don't talk to each other about our action. When we have bets that we talk about our action, but we don't, like I didn't talk to him yesterday. I didn't know what he is, what he's on. So we have one, Kennesaw State. We're on the Kennesaw State Owls together. We are heads up in one spot, St. Louis VCU. I almost moved on Belmont. I think I can get there. And I'm happy to see he's on Troy because Arkansas State was a very close move. I went through every single game of the 53 or whatever in college basketball, and that took the bulk of the time. And, I think that in this business, you follow with what's cashing, I got a 9.96 ROI right now on 91 bets. It's not a huge sample size in college basketball, but I like where everything's going. And I did focus a lot of time on it, and I did invest heavily in it. Now, I did the same thing on Friday. I've made 14 bets. I went 10-2-2 with you guys. It was a big score. It felt great. And I haven't bet since in college basketball. It's an extremely difficult thing to go through. I mean, you guys know. You guys know how much time it takes. And look, I love fighting the fight with you guys. And my focus was sort of on football, through the weekend and that. So my focus here has been on college basketball on account. And we're going to hit that first. We're going to hit that first because AM Sports Picks joining us for NHL. So we're going to do college basketball first with Jose Bouquet. We're going to do NHL with AM Sports Picks. And then we are going to do NBA with it's Darryl Rice. So right now again, the sample size in basketball is smaller. 91 bets in college basketball. And we have 122 in NBA. Both ROIs are over 9%. I know that's not sustainable. I fucking love it. Love every goddamn second of it. And I need it because NHL's not going well. Now, NFL is covering NHL's nut. But last night was very upsetting in NHL. I've yet to move on any bets on NHL. We'll be capping that together here. Great to see all of you guys. Shout out to the cappers in the chat. We got Res Mob, Steady Mobbing in the house. College basketball play today. Arizona minus 17.5 here. At minus 112 for Res Mob, Steady mobbing, man. Rez, we need you at Pubapalooza. Man, you were such a monster in Pubapalooza 2. We need you back in business, steady mobbing with us, man. You make us better. Goracle in the house. FS Bayern play of the day number 1. There's Swiggy. Our confidence pool tickets are up. Shout out to all that won cash in the Cappers contest. Timothy Earl on top of the board. Luke Burrow getting a lot of money. And there's F. Donahue in the house blessing us with a $5 dono to get the card started. He was magnificent. F. Donahue ended up, I believe, third. Or because Loshak came 4th. I have to go over it all again. But F. Donahue's a beast, and he won entry. Now, not today, but we are going to be doing free rolls into our confidence pool on Thursday and Friday. We'll talk more about that coming up. But we need you to sign up for the confidence pool. We got a late start to it, so please sign up. The more people that sign up, the more opportunities we'll get to bet it. For those of you who are, if anybody's confused on how it works, you have 13 slots. Your 13 slots worth 13 points. It's your most confident spot. Your bottom slot's worth 1. So, for instance, wild card, 6 of your 13 slots will be used. It's just straight up winners. And there's so much parity in the pool right now. In the league, in the playoffs right now. So much parity in the NBA right now. The Wizards have a better record of the last 10 games than the Thunder. A lot of parity out there, which means there's money-making opportunities for all of us. F. Donahue, thank you so much. Blessing our action. Shout out to all of you guys in the house. There's the Nuke Worker, Morgan Spooner, Kelly McInnes, Victor Reznov, Series Business, Sham, the Dog Catcher, Kelly McInnes, Justin McKelvey. We got Stacks Play Day. That's the corner of Stacks and Bag Boulevard on Wake Forest, Demon Deacons. Yeah, man. Right there with you. Justin McKelvey, Stacks Play Day number 2, Harden 25 plus points plus 100. Victor Reznov's got the under 222.5 in Rockets Blazers. Chappie Funk in the house got Spurs first quarter and the first half. I'm copying and pasting all of his action already. T-Moss in the house. We got 9 legacy. Let me get 9 legacies action. Flank Steak Play today. Brooklyn Nets money line. Alabama money line. I almost faded Alabama. You guys know how badly I want to fade teams that haven't traveled or have only traveled one time. Did I want to fade Alabama? I could not. Sadly. I could not. Let me get all this set up. So I get it. I get why you're on them. I'm not on them. But there's a bunch of teams that haven't traveled. There's a bunch of teams that haven't traveled in 6 weeks. Which are wonderful opportunities for us. Ronnie Lofton in the house, Kongs, Clips, Tommy Guns, The Godfather, Michael Johnson, Nicholas Handy, AOD, Jam Sports, Baby Watch update. No baby yet. Yes, you know what? I imagine you're talking about Wine Time. God, it's crazy. I don't want to message him, right? I kind of what it's like, you know. I've been through this. You don't want a friend being, hey, how's it going in there? So I haven't messaged them, you know. And I even I'm my wife, I'm like, I should just message him, see how he's going. But she's like, nah, man, give him space. So I have given him space. I've given him space, and it's hard to do that when you know your friends having to. But yeah, Kong, I know. Man, I know. So I've not messaged him, but my thoughts are with him. Jam Sports into the house. Nasty Nate ready to get to work. Thank you, Nasty Nate, for popping the link there. God, Nasty Nate, how soon will it be to we're in San Antonio, man? God. DC Kappa ready to get to work. There's the Saturated. Says, heard there are a few games in the NBA today. Yeah, we're going to hammer them. We have Irish King cashing heavy in the NHL with SGPs. I need help, Irish King. So we'll cap this card together. Now that we've moved past NFL pretty much, I'm gonna, you know, and look, I've sort of been in this position before. Sort of been in this situation before, and it sucks, and I'm gonna climb out of it. Kristen Hess in the house. Wonderful to see you. And Nancy Nate says 77 more days, man. 77 more days. I'm pumped up. I'm pumped up. All right, fellas, it's time to get to work. I'm going to need my co-host, the producer of the show, is going to be jumping on with us here very soon to help me break down college basketball. I'm not sure. He's getting the graphics ready. Let's see, figure out how much time he needs. I mean, I can get started, but let me just see. When can you join? We need you here. All right. So we have Jose Bouquet going to be joining us here shortly. But let's start going through the action for me in college basketball. So we're going to start there, and hopefully we're going to stay. I just want to keep winning. I don't want to get caught up in how hot and all that shit or anything like that. I just want to keep winning, and I will invest because of it, and I will put time into it because of it. So let's get to work here. We start now. I went through every single one of these games for a long time. I spent hours on the card. So as I walk through the early slate of the card, I did almost move on Lehigh Valley. I came close to moving on Lehigh Valley. I have all of the leans that I didn't move on here as well, which we can discuss throughout. So Lehigh was a lean, and the leans I'm going to go back over a third time. So what happened was last night, we have a 50-plus game slate. I wrote down the games that I felt like I had to bet last night and the games that I could, leave a question mark and study a little bit more in the morning. I studied those games more in the morning, and I made those additions. So I'll go over all of them because it's sort of 3 tiers of action. I have my first tier bets that I felt like I had to make right away. I have the second tier bets that I wanted to sit with and see maybe the market was moving slightly against me that I moved on this morning. And then the third tier plays end up just being leans at this point. But now that I have Spooner's action and other people's action in college basketball, I'll go over them another time here. But I start with UNC Greensboro. Here. The Spartans 6-9, but 2-0 since conference play has begun. At the Wofford Terriers 10-5. They're also 2-0 since conference play has started. We're at Jerry Richardson Indoor Stadium in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Let's get into the spot. Spartans are playing good basketball. Now, they haven't been on the road. They've won their 2 games. I think Samford's a good basketball team that they just beat 89-82. I'm on Samford today. I've been impressed with this team. They had a very difficult early schedule. They opened with Kansas State and NC State, 2 bad losses. They beat Elon at home in overtime to get their season. They lost Elon at home in overtime 92-90, but we've seen how good Elon Phoenix are this year. So they started with a bunch of losses. But then the month flipped to December, and they started winning basketball games. Then they went into conference play, and they started winning games comfortably. Let's talk about the Wofford Terriers. So from one example, I don't really love that they're feeling good about themselves, but they're still sitting here with a 6-9 record. Now, they are undefeated in the SoCon, but they know what they need to do. Here we have a Wofford Terrier team that just beat Citadel, who is terrible, 95-86. Who else did they just beat on the road? Western Carolina, who's also terrible. I'm fading Western Carolina today, 79-74. Now, this team also played Elon. Now, I know UNC Greensboro played Elon early in the year, and Elon's very good. Elon wiped the floor with the Terriers. Elon destroyed them, 73-52. That was here in Spartanburg. It was here, and they got annihilated. They're feeling probably okay about themselves with these 2 road wins in conference play against the dredges of the conference. Let's take a look at the line history here in the cash flow. I got plus 5.5 and minus 106 last night. What up, Wasabi J, Irish King? Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for rocking with us. So let's roll here. Is VCU your best bet, Jim? No, definitely not. If Spooner's on the other side, definitely not. Let's get into the line history here for this one, and we'll have Jose up here in a second setting us up with the line history for these spots. But we have UNC now +5 or +5.5. You know, it hasn't really changed. Oh, no, +6. It just changed. But it's +102. Damn it. So this opened up at +6. And it moved to +7 initially. Now, that immediate move to Wofford sometimes would get me off of the spot. But I think the Spartans are a good basketball team. The line started moving in the Spartans' direction. When I moved last night, this was a 5. And it was a 5 at -107. So we've seen a move to 5.5 at 9:44. I don't consider. Oh, this is a 6. Damn it. This is moving. This is moving quickly. Let's just go to the legal books here. If they're smacking Wofford, 58% of the tickets, 57% of cash, and yes, we've moved to a 6.5. Well, that's not good. That's not good. I don't like that. But I'm in. I'm in. UNC Greensboro Spartans, that's where I get started. Let's move to the second spot for me on the board. And here's another spot that I really like. We have the Indiana Hoosiers, 11-3, 2-1 in the Big Ten. At the Terps, Maryland Terps, 7-7, 0-3 in the Big Ten. Let's move this over to the. Oh, we got Jose ready to rock. Okay, beautiful. We got Indiana, Maryland. Okay, beautiful. All right. When Jose is ready to rock, he'll jump on with us here. But let's roll with Hoosiers Terps. We're at the Xfinity Center in College Park, Maryland. This is a massive, massive game for the Terps. They're 0-3 in Big Ten play. They do not, under any circumstances, want to be sitting here 0-4 in Big Ten play. You don't want to get behind the 8 ball to that extent. And the Hoosiers are a good basketball team. We know that. 11-3, 2-1 in the Big Ten. Let's set this spot up here. This is 6:30 action. The first game, 6 o'clock action. A little pre-7 p.m. action, just to get the heart pumping through the chest before 7 p.m. hits. We have this Indiana team coming off the 90-80 victory at home versus Washington. They also beat Siena by 21. That game versus Washington was their first game in 16 days. They hadn't played since December 22nd before that. And now they play at Maryland. Well, how many road games has this team played this year? Twice. They played at Minnesota on December 3rd and lost 73-64. They played at Kentucky and lost 72-60. Obviously, this is going to be an easier game, but they also host Nebraska, which Indiana, Nebraska, and the way Nebraska is undefeated, it's possible that they are thinking about that game. For these Terps here, they're coming off a 64-54 loss at Oregon, and there he is, Jose Bouquet. Jose, how are you, my friend?
Doing well. Keep on rolling.
We have the 64-54 loss versus Oregon the last time we saw these Terps, and it was ugly. It was embarrassing. They were favored going to the game. They shot 28% from the field, and they shot 7 of 35 from 3. You guys know that that's a recipe that I want to bet. When you shoot that badly and still, you're in that game. I mean, they even had a lead. They had a lead in that game, or it was tied at 43 with 11 minutes left, despite shooting 28% from the field. Oregon shot 49% from the field. I think that the Terps can be better, and I love the number that I got. And I didn't even get the best number available. I got Maryland plus 7.5 at -113. This opened up at 9 and moved down to 7.5. And right now it's a flat 7. I do see 7.5 on the board. Let's check out the legal books here. And they've got 66% of the tickets and 62% of the cash on the Terps. I don't like that. They're on a public road dog. I see 7.5s across the legal books and an 8 at Caesars in the Superbook. I don't like that. Let's refresh this here and see what the offshores are hanging, as we know that offshores are becoming much, much, much more important with the tax issues that Americans are dealing with. Yeah, 7.5s now. I don't like it. This still opened up at 9. I like the Terps at home. Deacon, yes, we're not going to the bar tonight for karaoke, but Deacon, we need you in San Antonio, man. We need you at Pub 5, Deacon. Badly.
I'd give my left nut to see Deacon Mike at
Oh,
Pubapalooza.
you'd be money in the bank. Wouldn't you bring so much fun to it? I hope
Or
you
make it dreadful.
No.
I don't know which one.
Spooner says Maryland is missing their best player. He left when they were up on Michigan. When he left and they lost by 18. But that was enough time, don't you think? Don't you think? And we were talking December 13th, Spooner. I mean, it's almost a month now. I mean, they played tough against Virginia in that first game without him. I think that there's been enough time personally for the Terps to get their shit together and to play better at home. Personally, so I'm on the Maryland Terps at +7.5. Jam is on Indiana first half -3.5. So I get my card started with the UNC Greensboro Spartans and the Maryland Terps. And then let's get into game 3. This is a very scary situation. This is a spot where I'm heads up with Morgan Spooner. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yep, shout out to the VCU Rams here versus St. Louis here. Right now we're seeing 84% of the bets and 78% of the money on VCU. Line has moved from 1.5 opening at BOL yesterday at around 3 o'clock to about 3 here, or not about, to -3, -115. So that's nice. And it used to be -118, used to be -120, that 3, but it is 3 -115 for VCU right now, Jimmy.
Well, that's great news. I got a 2.5 with no VIG, -104, so very small amount of VIG. Look, we know St. Louis appears to be a powerhouse this year. They're winning basketball games. They're winning them by margin. And I can tell you, VCU knows all about that St. Louis is coming in 13-1. Both teams are 1-0 to start the A10 conference play. St. Louis here has been beating teams, all these teams by margin. They just beat St. Joe's. They beat up on New Hampshire. They beat up on Bethune-Cookman by 60+. All of these victories have come at home. They have played one road game this year, December 2nd, Loyola Marymount. That's it. That's the only thing St. Louis has done. Now they head to VCU, and everybody knows, everybody's talking about St. Louis. VCU is going to take this game extremely serious. I do not like being on the other side of our guy Morgan Spooner at all, but I like what I've seen from VCU. Last home game was on New Year's Eve. They took out St. Bonaventure by 7. I think we know St. Bonaventure is a good squad. This is a team that has one home loss this year to New Mexico, 81-78. That's it. They've taken care of business. They've won by margin, and they know who's coming into their gym tonight. It is a very, very difficult basketball team. VCU will have all hands on deck. St. Louis, if they thought Loyola Marymount they didn't think it was a tough place to play. They're going to find Richmond, Virginia, Siegel Center a tough place to play. I do not like being on the other side of Morgan Spooner. That's not a place I want to be. But I got VCU -2.5 at -104. I'm very pleased to see it. And also, though, this was a tier 2 play. I wanted to see what it was this morning. But VCU -2.5, -104. And I will go up against my friend Morgan Spooner in this one. Jose, let's roll on to the next ball on the board.
Richmond St. Bonnie's here. Shout out to Woj, general manager of Old St. Bonaventure, as we all know here. Richmond here opened up at +5.5 here. It is up to +6.5 at BOL. Bookmaker still has 6 there, but Heritage, other places as well, having that 6.5 for the Bonnies here. Where the money is, we have 84% of the bets and 83% of the money on Richmond here. So line moving against all that money, interestingly enough. What do you think about it, Jimmy?
Perfect is what I think. Now, look, I do not want to go up against our guy, Billy Friedrich, either at all. at all. And it's not a comfortable place to be. But I got the Bonnies. I just like I did with VCU, I decided to take a low VIG situation. I took the 6 at -102. I decided I didn't want to pay for the 5.5. I'm on St. Bonaventure. I love that they're coming off that New Year's Eve game, losing at VCU 89-82. I love that. Come back home and beat Richmond. Richmond's coming off a victory over Fordham. Fordham is not a good basketball team this year, or hasn't been for a while. That stopped their 2-game losing streak. They've lost 3 of their last 5. Who have they beat? Citadel and Fordham. St. Bonaventure hasn't played since New Year's Eve. Richmond played just on Sunday. I like the Bonnies to smash and grab here. Smash and grab here. I am on the St. Bonaventure Bonnies at the Riley Center. And with confidence. I did not know that I was going to be going up against a public dog. 72%, I think it's 82% of cash. Makes me very, very pleased. South Point has it at 6.5. I got the 6 at -102. I don't think the Spiders are very good. St. Bonaventure opening up conference play in the A10 with the loss is exactly where I want them. And I am betting St. Bonaventure to smash and grab. In fact, a double result. I don't know if I want to double down on any of these, but I did want to leave the opportunity up. A double result addition is a possibility. We have the pig milk play of the day in Charleston Southern at +7. We will. I don't think we've got. I think I left that game out. I certainly went over it, but we have Charleston Southern at +7 from our guy Billy Friedrich. Jose, could you please play that sweet, sweet pig milk video? Get us all pumped up for pig milk and winners. We roll on here. Spooner talking about the spot where we are heads up. Nerve-wracking, the Billikens VCU game. Spooner says, Martelli got handed the top 5 job in the country after 2 seasons in the American East. They beat up bad teams with pace, the same way St. Louis has, not tested in conference. That style won't work for St. Louis. Josh Schertz is a top 25 coach in the nation. He's earned everything he's got. Martelli riding the coattails of his father. Spooner and I on different sides of the track here for Billikens Rams. Let's set up the next spot on the board. Musketeers, Golden Eagles, and Pfizer for Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jose, get us started.
The nepotism is real in college basketball here, so shout out to him. Xavier Marquette is who we have next here. There's 86% of the bets and 90% of the money on the Xavier Musketeers here, and very similar to the other game we just spoke about. -4 openers. It got up to 5 and is now 4.5 here for Xavier Marquette. 4 still available. Bookmaker having a 4 there, Heritage of 4, but BOL 4.5 right now, Jimmy.
It's absolutely heaven. Now, I did get the 5, unfortunately, -110. I love this spot. So,
shout out to TJ for 5 gifted donations there. Shout out to you, TJ.
Oh, wow. Look at our guy, TJ. Thank you, TJ. Look at our guy, TJ. 5 Pub Sports Radio gifted memberships. What a guy TJ is, man. Looking forward to watch him cook on NFL Pub Hub this coming Sunday. 34-16 on NFL Pub Hub, Jose, TJ.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Whack Prescott, Doctor 99-89, Tariq B, Rob McMahon, and we want Justice TV. Thank you, TJ. And he joined the confidence pool. I love it. I love it. Thank you, TJ. It means a ton to us. Nicholas Handy on the under in this one. So let's talk about the spot. Look, St. Bonaventure 0-1 in the A10. They need a victory badly. The Terps 0-3 in the Big Ten. They need a victory badly. You know, I imagine that those of you who've capped with me, can see, sort of my evolution in capping and now what I want. This to me is exactly what I look for and what I want. Cappers are going to look at this and go, how in the world is Marquette a 5-point favorite or 4.5 favorite over Xavier? Is my expectation. This is a Marquette team that's in the throes of a losing streak. It's not like Xavier's done anything special. Xavier's lost 3 of 4. They just lost that to Paul, 86-77. Now, of course, they're an angry group because of that loss. Are they capable of doing anything? Both of these teams just played UConn. Marquette went to UConn. Xavier welcomed UConn. Xavier got kicked in the throat. Xavier lost 90-67 to UConn. So, yes, Marquette is losing basketball games. And they're losing them by margin. And do you want to try to catch a falling knife backing a team that's lost 6 straight and 7 of 8? Maybe you don't. And look, that's fine if you don't. They went to Wisconsin, lost by 20. Went to Purdue and lost by 20. They faced Georgetown at home and lost by 9. Went to Creighton and lost by 21. Faced Seton Hall at home and lost by 6. And then went to UConn and lost by 16 and covered. I think that this is a great spot for Marquette. Look, we know they're not a good basketball team. I'm not sitting here. Look, I'm not. I just think that every gambler is going to look at this thinking, Jesus, you're going to give me points against this Marquette team that's lost 6 straight games? How could Marquette be a 5-point? I mean, I could see the dialogue when I was capping this basketball game. This is a must win for Marquette. 0-4 in the Big East. And I think they take care of business. I think they can beat Xavier by a legit margin to cover here. We have Jam on Marquette first half. I, though, am on the Marquette Golden Eagles. I'm starting to think that, I guess it's hard to say, like, oh, Marquette would be a best bet when they've lost 6 straight. I'm not going to say that yet. But I really do like Marquette here. Marquette Golden Eagles for me. Jose, let's roll on.
We roll on to our next game, the University of Miami, which maybe has other things in mind this week, versus the mighty Wake Forest. A game that I heard before is the corner of Stacks and Jimmy the Bag Boulevard. Shout out to Stacks.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Shout out to you, Justin, my guy. We have this line opening up at a pick'em. Still at pick'em at certain places here, trickling towards Wake Forest. Wake Forest -1 now. 92% of the bets, 90% of the money on the Demon Deacons, Jimmy.
I got the I got the Demon Deacons at -110. I do want to touch on Spooner. He says the issue with Marquette's, there's no urgency. Shaka's got a long-term contract he's building for next year. No repercussions for bad performances here. The program is every other year success. No, I get that. And look, they're sitting here 5-10. I just do not think he's comfortable starting out the Big East 0-5 this year, even if expectations are lower. And the Musketeers are just the team for the spot, I believe. But I hear you. Here we have our guy, Billy Friedrich, says Miami rolls here. So let's talk about, what's been working for me. And obviously still my sample size of college basketball is not enough at this point. 91 bets. You have to prove more, I believe. But 57.1, I got a 9.96% ROI. And one thing that I've been talking about is proof of concept. Miami's played one road game on December 2nd. And yes, they went to Ole Miss and won. I am on Ole Miss tonight at home. We'll get into that a little later. But so, yes, they've had a road game and won. So you could say, oh, there's your proof of concept. I do not believe that one road game is enough, especially when it happened, a month and 5 days ago. Now they're coming off beating North Florida, Florida International, UL Monroe, Southern Miss, and Pittsburgh at home. This is not a tough group. Maybe you can say that that Pittsburgh is, a legitimate opposition, and that's, valid. Uh, in saying that, uh, Pitt were huge favorites in that game and took care of business. And not only did Miami take care of business, but they fell down. They were down 10 points to Pitt at halftime. They took over in the second half. I think this is going to be a very difficult test for Miami. And to get Wake Forest Demon Deacons here at a pick'em is a spot that I want. I really do. The ACC is going to be tough sledding, for both of these squads. We have Wake Forest coming off of a home victory over Virginia Tech. They was on the heels of losing at NC State. I think this is a great number to back Wake Forest at home against a team that, for me, does not have proof of concept. Now, you could say the one game that they played on the road, they've won. I'm attacking this in a few other spots here. I wanted to bet every single spot like this on the board. I wanted every single one. Now, there was a few, like we talked about with Alabama, that I couldn't quite get to. But this one I can. Sitting here with Justin McKelvey, I'm on the Wake Forest Demon Deacons to go 2-1 in the ACC, to take out the Hurricanes. Hurricanes need to prove themselves on the road. It's not easy to win in Winston-Salem. I want to see them do it. I'm on the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Jose Bouquet, let's roll.
That's what they say about Winston-Salem as well. Shout out to the Winston-Salem Blue Rocks as well. All right, let's go to Stanford versus Virginia Tech. Hokey high. Are the Chokies going to die today, Jimmy? Let's find out here together. 93% of the bets and 87% of the money on the Cardinal here. We have a sneeze that I just fought off. There we go. Professionalism. -5.5 opener for Virginia Tech. Opened at 5.5. Now down to 4.5. Bodog has 4s, 4.5s at BOL. Heritage, bookmaker, places like that here. What'd you think?
DC Capper, I'm going to copy and paste your Arizona State because I almost got there. That was that was a tier 3 spot. I'm going to copy and paste it now and take another look now that I know you're on it. This, again, is the same situation. And I'm telling you guys, my perceived edges in college basketball are going to go away soon. And I went over what happened last year. Last year, I got crushed in February. It was these edges and angles were what was cashing me and giving me confidence. I can't have the same mistake happen to me again this year. What has Stanford proven for proof of concept that they can go on the road and travel? They played one road game this entire season at San Jose State, and they barely beat them. They beat San Jose State by 4. We watched Notre Dame hold this team to 40 points, and yeah, they bounced back and beat Louisville at home. But that's the situational capping 101. Here, they traveled to Virginia Tech and Virginia. I believe that it's going to be extremely difficult for them. Extremely difficult for them. Let's take a look at what we've seen from Virginia Tech. We watched them step up in a big way against Virginia. And then we know what happens after that. You step up in a rivalry game, you win in triple overtime, and then you go to Wake Forest and lose. But it was a very, very tight basketball game. This Virginia Tech Hokies may be better than a lot of people thought. And why did we think that they weren't that good? Well, we watched them in the battle for Atlantis get destroyed by VCU for the third place game. We watched them lose to St. Mary's by 11 points. Since then, Virginia Tech's been winning. Now, they've been beating easy teams. We know that Elon Phoenix is nasty this year for a small school that they are. But then they beat Virginia in triple overtime. They barely lose at Wake Forest 81-78. I want Stanford to prove that they can go to Cassell Coliseum in Blacksburg, Virginia, and win their first real test. Their first, not saying that the road game in San Jose wasn't a road game. It was. But let's go east. Let's go to Blacksburg, Virginia, and see if you can win a basketball game. I got the 4.5. I'm happy with it. So Urban Pope saying it's going to be a bad road trip for Stanford. Again, this initial cap sets you guys up too for when Stanford goes to Virginia right after this. You'll have all of your thoughts leading into this game, your cap, and then you can take advantage. Whatever result happens here, you can take advantage of it against Virginia. I'm on the Hokies here. Res Mob on the Hokies here. We got Jam on the first half under 69.5. Jam's also on that first half over 73.5 in that Miami Wake Forest spot. I'm on the Virginia Tech Hokies. Jose Bouquet, let's roll on.
Let's roll on. I actually learned yesterday I'm going to be in Charlottesville in August, so shout out to the Wahoos indeed. Western Carolina versus Stanford here. By the way, god damn, all my friends are getting married. You motherfuckers. You costing me money, these motherfuckers.
Isn't that the worst thing to get a wedding invitation? Oh,
Jesus.
God, it sucks.
I've gotten
Just
like
awful.
5 in the last 2 years. You're killing me, guys.
It's awful.
But I am going to see my friend Sweaty Butcher because of one, so shout out to that.
Nice.
Sanford versus Western Carolina here. -6.5 opener. Now at 7 at BOL, 7.5 at our friends at Bodog there. The only book that has it at 7.5 there, which is interesting. We have 91% of the bets and 93% of the money on Western Carolina.
Ooh, this is all perfect.
Heavily bet sides today.
I'm against all of it. Because again, these bets are with no knowledge of the market. They're all situational. And then, I've watched Spoon succeed when he says, well, this line's going to move against me because of this. And I'm going to wait for a certain number. So none of these bets are made with any knowledge, of the market. I'm here on Samford. I think Samford is a good basketball team. I got the 6.5. I paid a nickel. It cost -115 for me to get Samford. Not only do I think Samford is a good basketball team, I think the Catamounts are a weak basketball team, especially on the road. Let's set this one up. Sorry, I was not moving quick enough here. Let's set this one up here. I love the fact that the Catamounts are being bet. I'm a little surprised that they're being bet. We have Samford coming off 2 road games. They won at VMI by 20, and then they lose to UNC Greensboro. When we've already talked about, I believe that they're a pretty good basketball team. Then we have Western Carolina coming off a victory over a good Furman team at Furman in overtime. So Western Carolina, playing bad basketball, opening up the conference with a loss. They lost 4 straight. Now, they've been in these games. The loss to South Carolina Upstate was egregious. They lose at Virginia Tech by 22. They lose at Georgia by, 30, but it's Georgia. They lose at home to Wofford. I'm fading Wofford today. And then they get the win. They beat Furman in overtime in a game they weren't supposed to win. They feel good about themselves. That was on Saturday. Now they roll into this game against Samford. Samford's the opposite. Samford is angry. Shout out to Jerry Davis in the house. He is on Stanford. Says too many points for a bad team, even at home. I get it. Stanford is. These teams have to prove they can win on the road. It's an angle that I'm just going to keep attacking. But here we have exactly what I'm looking for in these setups. Western Carolina wins in overtime on the road as a dog. Feels great. Samford goes into Greensboro, loses by 7, a game they could have won against a team that I think is quality. And now we have the opportunity to fucking hammer. And that's what I did. And so these spots with these 6.5 point favorites, I wonder if I want to double down on any of them with a double. I'm not going to here, but I like it. Yeah, Nasty Nate, I'm good though. I'm good, man. I fight through this shit, man. I money talks, man. I don't care about being sick. If it doesn't bother you guys too much with the voice, I'm good. Samford Bulldogs -6.5, -115. Smash and grab, Mr. Bouquet. Let's roll on.
Let's roll on. By the way, shout out to Sweaty Butcher. We say his name and he appears. So shout out to you, Sweaty Butcher.
Yeah,
nice to see you in the chat.
By the way,
Marshall.
the prime cut is the corner of Sweaty Butcher and Bankroll Blitz Boulevard here on the Bears Packers under. Let's go get it.
Let's go get it. Shout out to you, Sweaty Butcher. Hope to see you at Pub Hub, or Pubapalooza. Yeah, Pub Hub and Pubapalooza actually as well. So this week. So shout out to you, Marshall. Jimmy Madison next up on our board here. Marshall, little less bets, but all the money on him. 57% of the bets on Marshall here. 93% of the money on Marshall here. Big bets on Marshall seemingly here. And we have the line movement -1 to -2.5 to -3 here for James Madison. Those big bets on Marshall, and they spit in the face of them.
As do I.
Okay, as does Jimmy.
I got James Madison -2. I had to pay a nickel for that -115. I should maybe tell you, but this was a tier 1 bet that I made last night. I guess with that, you're sort of thinking you're going to beat the line move here. James Madison has played 4 straight games on the road. So this is a James Madison team. Again, we're talking about a statistical profile of a squad where they have, at this point, against Div 1 competition, they have played 4 home games this year. Just 4. They've only played 1 game against non-Div 1 competition. Of course, they won that one. But they are undefeated at home. And you could question the quality of opponents. This game means this is the most important game of the year. They're coming off the 4-game road trip. It started December 17th at Old Dominion, lost by 9. They lost at Georgia Southern in overtime. They got beat up at Arkansas, by 29. Look, Arkansas was ranked 18th at the time. We know what Arkansas is. They're a really good basketball team. And then they went to Arkansas State and beat them 78-74. And now they get to come home against Marshall. This fucking Atlantic Union Bank Center is going to be jammed. Harrisonburg, Virginia. The Madison Dukes are 1-2 in the Sun Belt. And I think that they can beat Marshall. We have a Marshall Thundering Herd squad. Again, who, and I'll keep saying it, but, prove to me that you can go out on the road and win basketball games. Now, they did off the hop to start the year. They won at Massachusetts, at Toledo. That was back in November. They have not won a road game since. They lost to Virginia by 26. They lost to UNC Wilmington by 1. They lost to Ohio by 7. And they lost to Troy by 7. They're also winners of 2 straight games. They beat Georgia State and App State. And now they have to travel to James Madison, who hasn't been at home, who's pumped up. I truly like this spot, man. I think the Dukes are the bet here. I love the big bets coming in on Marshall and the line moving further towards the James Madison Dukes. No, Drewski, I did not move on that early game, man. I did not. But there you go, man. For me, I am on the James Madison Dukes over the Marshall Thundering Herd, and we can roll on.
We roll on into Missouri State, Kennesaw State here, and a game I believe you were mentioning earlier here as well. 5.5 6s across the board here. Opened up at a 5 there. Missouri State. The market splits here. We've got Kennesaw State actually 62% of the bets and 79% of the money on them here.
Yes. So as we've talked about earlier, and we're tracking. So we're 7-1 on spots that both myself and Spooner are on without talking to each other. So he doubles down on all these spots. And here we have our next spot. We are both on Kennesaw State. We're both on the Owls at home. So here is another look. So again, you're going to see the same sort of situation. I've been cashing with it. I like it. This is a Kennesaw State Owls squad that's 0-3 in Conference USA play. And this is a must-win situation against Deacon Mike's Missouri State Bears. Missouri State undefeated in conference play. Again, we'll go over the profile for Kennesaw State. But this Missouri State team does have a win over Delaware, 61-43, a road win. It's their only road win this year. It's only their fourth road game. They're coming off wins over UTEP, which they smashed and grabbed by 24, and New Mexico State, who they beat by 7. Jerry Davis says 0-3, laying 5.5. Exactly. Who is going to want a Kennesaw State Owls team to win this game by margin? It's Spooner and myself who want it. This is a team that's lost 4 straight. They just went to Delaware and lost. They're an angry group. They played horrible in that basketball game. To give you an idea, they lost at home to Alabama by 11 points and were in that game. They went to the Blue Hens of Delaware and gave Delaware their first Conference USA victory of the year. This is their last basketball game. So, again, this is a similar situation that's come in this card for me. Kennesaw State's 0-3 in conference play. They're coming off a game where they shot 28% from the field and 20% from 3. This is exactly where I want a basketball team, where they must win. They must deliver, and they're coming off a terrible performance. They come back home. What did we see the last time we saw them at home? They lost by 11 to Alabama. Before that, and if we only focus on Div 1 competition, they beat Georgia State at home 92-69. They beat Jackson State at home 88-73. They lose to Oral Roberts. They beat Rice. Rice isn't bad. They beat Rice 89-84. They've won 3 of their last 4 home games against Div 1 opponents. Jay Peasy in the house says he is all over Kennesaw State. Jerry Davis says Kennesaw State smash and grab. It's exactly what I love to hear, man. So I'm in business here. This is if Missouri State hadn't have traveled, this would be the wheelhouse. Or if they'd only played one road game and had, their whole statistical profile was based on home spots. But it's very close. A team that has not won in conference play, a team that's too big of a favorite, which some people would think, well, that doesn't make sense when they first look at it. All this money on the other side, line moving towards us. And Missouri State team total over 71.5 for Deacon Mike. Godfather says if he's right, Spooner got it at -5.5. And yes, Spooner got it -5.5 at -110. And I got it, same thing, -5.5, -110. And Matty Ice says Kennesaw State by double digits here. Spooner says spot sets up real well. In his opinion, says sell high Missouri State, buy low on Kennesaw State. He is 5.5, -110. He put the second unit down, 5.5, -115. We are in business, Mr. Bouquet. Let's roll on.
Let's roll on to Jacksonville State versus FIU here. Jacksonville State, 1-point favorites here as of the time I was making the graphics, but let's see if it's changed. We've got 60% of the bets and 85% of the money on Jacksonville State here. And for the line movement, we're actually seeing 1.5s now on the board here. BOL having a 1.5 now. Was a pick 'em at one point, and it did get to -2 at one point last night. But it comes back up, I should say, to the -1.5 here. Jimmy, what do you think about this major game here?
I'm right with Justin McKelvey and Billy Friedrich. I'm on the Jacksonville State Gamecocks in this spot. I love to see they're on them as well. Look, I've backed Florida International and won with them. That's at home. I've backed them at home, and they've taken care of business for me. Let's talk about what they've done. Early in the year, second and third games of the season, they did travel. They went to Nebraska and lost by 30, went to LSU and lost by 17. They've played one road game since, and that was just Miami. So they have not left the state of Florida since November 13th. It's January 7th. They played one road game since November 13th. So I believe there is no proof of concept whatsoever that this Florida International team can travel to Jacksonville, Alabama, Pete Matthews Coliseum, and menace. There's just none. None. So I am backing Jacksonville State. Also, Florida International just beat UTEP by 12 at home on Sunday. On Friday, they beat New Mexico State by 15. To back them against New Mexico State was easy. We did it. We bet them here on the show Friday, January 2nd. Why? They just lost to Liberty in overtime, and they were an angry group. What did they do? They took it out on the Aggies. They beat New Mexico State 89-74. Now they've won 2 straight basketball games. They feel good about themselves. Let's compare that to Jacksonville State. We have this Jacksonville State Gamecocks squad. They have now had their 3-game winning streak snapped. And sure, you could say they didn't look great at Delaware. Look, it's still hard to win on the road. They won on the road 67-64. Now they come back home after losing at Liberty 78-69. And what do we have now? An angry group. They won their last home game over Western Kentucky by 11. They lost at home to Eastern Kentucky 62-59. You could say, well, this is a Jacksonville State squad that hasn't been great at home. Look, it's conference play now. There's parity in this conference. We have one team feeling great about themselves who hasn't traveled since November 13th and hasn't left, they traveled once to Miami, hasn't left the state of Florida since November 13th. It's not an easy thing to go up to Alabama. Not easy. I think they're going to have trouble. I'm on the Jacksonville State Gamecocks here. I got the money line. If I can with these smaller numbers, I'll take the money line. This was minus 120 when I bet it last night. This was a tier 1 spot that I moved on. Matty Ice says, Jimmy, spot on. FIU is a bet on at home only team. And look, we just did it. We just cashed with them on Friday with you guys, part of that 10-2 day. And now we're fading them. The one thing about me in college basketball, in comparison to every other sport, is there's almost no bias at all, especially with the transfer markets. I don't care about these basketball teams. I don't care if they made me money. I don't care if Florida National got me paid on Friday. I don't have a bias with any of these teams. I'm purely looking at situations, which I hope can keep this ROI up and keep the winning up, but we'll have to prove that here. Urban Pope saying Jacksonville State really slow pace, careful on overs with them. I'm on the Gamecocks here, Jose, and I'm very, very nervous about our next game.
Well, it's a big one, and I know you don't like big games here. We've got the Iowa State Cyclones here versus the Baylor Bears up in that nice new arena here in Waco along the river here. 4.5-point favorites are Iowa State here. And let's find out where this has moved to, as there's a bunch of games here. We have, it opened up at 6, and we're down to 4.5 here. Very interesting indeed. Baylor, good home team, seemingly. Let's find out if the market is being bet in the similar fashion. We've got 53% of the bets and 76% of the money on the Baylor Bears here. By the way, 87% of the bets, 88% of the money on the over. Rare game where you get the total for the over, or over numbers, as you say. But Iowa State here not being bet, and the line moving towards Baylor here.
Yeah, 50-50 on the ticket count, 79% cash. So this was a tier 2 play only because I was scared. I was scared to press the button. We talk about proof of concept for Iowa State. Well, they showed us when they beat Purdue. They smash and grabbed Purdue on the road. But that's their only road game of the year. And it went perfectly. They dominated from tip to end whistle. And now they have another game against Baylor. What have we seen from this Baylor squad this year? Well, they're coming off of a loss against TCU. Yusufu, they have 2 guys that are going to go in the first round of the draft. Yusufu is the highest scoring, the career highest scoring points in California high school history, all-time leading scorer in California high school history. True freshman. And he did not look good against TCU. Carr also, he is moved to Baylor out of Minnesota, started his career at Tennessee. when you look at this basketball team, they're not perfect. They don't really have a distributor, which could hurt them against Iowa State's pressure. I don't care about the giant that's, of course, on the tip of everyone's tongue, Najee, who was drafted 31st overall, played 5 years overseas. Now, it's nice to have a 7-foot center who was at least drafted 31st overall, even though nothing came to it. He's not playing very much. So, we don't see him that against TCU, played 16 minutes. Now, what he can give you is a big body with 5 fouls, and he's going to do that. For me, when it came down to it, I'm going to test Iowa State. This game means so much to Baylor. It's going to be absolutely jammed. Iowa State's already proven that they can do this, when they beat Purdue. The loss at TCU snapped that 4-game winning streak. They'd won 6 of 7. You can question the level of competition for Baylor. You can question this basketball team. I mean, they've got a lot to prove. I think they play their absolute best basketball game. Will it be enough? Spooner says you can't rely on a freshman versus the top 3 defense in the country. I hear that. And we know that Iowa State is going to be backed by a lot of people here, and that the ticket count will just climb and climb and climb. I just want to see Iowa State take a team's best punch on the road. They haven't done that. Purdue certainly didn't do that. And I like Baylor coming off of a loss. Now, the freshman is obviously an important piece of the scoring, but this team has depth, and they have older players. I mean, we have experience and veteran talent, and will it be enough? Look, you guys, as I said, I was afraid to bet it last night, and I woke up this morning. I was like, look, I have to bet this. I have to bet Baylor here. I have to test these teams that have only played one road game, despite it being a huge smash and grab against the then number 1 ranked team in the country. I have to test them. So I test them. I did that. And Spooner says Purdue saw what real defense looks like. Baylor is about to as well. I get it. I mean, if you were confident on the side, you would have bet Iowa State, Spooner. So I mean, if it's not on your card, I'm not. I understand the X's. Well, how about you tell me this? Why did you not bet Iowa State then? Because then I will get some confidence, hopefully, here. Spooner says he expected Baylor to take money. They have. They've taken big bets. Oh, so are you waiting, Spooner? Kripke says Baylor against the rake team. No thanks. Look, I get it. I know this is not going to be a popular bet. Matty Ice says Colgate, Kennesaw State, Youngstown State are top 5. Colgate was a late cut. BJ in the house. What up? Bruce Hunt show ready to get to work. I'll copy and paste that, Matty Ice, because I came very close to Colgate. Big Drip in the house says Iowa State is 10-0 against spread, last 10 against Baylor. Big Drip said I wouldn't fade that. Look, I get it. For me, the bets that I don't want to put the finger down on have a higher ROI than the bets I'm really confident in. If I don't see anyone here on Iowa State, I just hear people saying, "Oh, you shouldn't fade Iowa State." That's all. I don't see any of you guys. Tell me who's on Iowa State then. Look, I'm on the Baylor Bears. I'll deal with these consequences. It is what it is. Look, all you can do here is trust what's been working. Matty Ice says Baylor money line will be on the card. Spooner says I'll have money on Iowa State before halftime. Okay. Kelly McKinnon's on Iowa State. There we go. Big Drip says better spots on the card. Look, I get it, but all these cappers throwing fear at me. Show me that they bet the other side. Let's roll on.
All right, let's roll on to another big one. Arkansas Ole Miss here, another university that might have their eyes focused on another game here for the students and fans here. Arkansas has, interestingly enough, not been bet much. A lot of people on Mississippi here, 66% of the bets, 87% of the money on Ole Miss here. Line hasn't really moved too much, -4 across the board. That was the opener. Bodog has 3.5. But BOL, Bookmaker, Heritage, all still stuck at that -4.
Arkansas is a real good basketball team. Sorry, what is Ole Miss at right now?
-4 the bet percentages.
+4, you mean?
Yes, +4. Yes. 66% of the bets are 87% of the money.
I got the +4.5 with Ole Miss. This is a similar spot here for me as we've been talking about. And look, for me here, I would like to really cut down the action when this is over. And this being Arkansas played one basketball game on the road, and that was on November 8th. And there's a few spots on the board like this. I would like to fade all of these teams. And some I couldn't. But this one I have to test. I have to test these teams. Again, this edge is going to be gone in a week or 2 weeks. It's going to be gone. This Arkansas team feels great about themselves. You know, they beat up on Tennessee 86-75 on Saturday. That was on the heels of beating James Madison by 29. Arkansas feels great, and they haven't traveled in 2 months. The Ole Miss squad here, for me, is, questionable. But they barely played home games. Over the last, they played one home game in December. Oh, no, 2, because they played Miami on December 2nd. Overall this year, they started the year with 5 home games. The last one, they won them all, but questionable competition, although they did beat Memphis 83-77. And then the rest of, since November 18th, they've only had the 2 home games versus Miami and versus Alcorn State. They're coming off of a loss at Oklahoma. They're not happy about it. Look, I think that I just have to test these teams. And I'm going to do that. Jerry says Duke and Chicago and Texas Tech and Dallas are semi-road games. Yeah, no, that's for sure. That's for sure. The Eldorado custodian says this spread seems low to me. Exactly. Like this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for these spots where I don't have proof of concept for a team with a much better record than the team they're playing. And I expect the Rebels to punch back in Oxford. And I want the dog with the points when I know the public is going to be on the Razorbacks. So there you go. Justin says, I think you have all home teams. And that's true at this point. We'll keep going. I am only looking for certain situations. I do have the Spartans to start the card. That's the only road team so far. Look, I've been capping college basketball for a long time. And I've not been succeeding. And now I've come with a fucking plan. After what happened to me in February, I was having a decent season until February. February threw me for a loop, one of the worst loops I've ever been on in my life. I've been on a few of them. And I said, okay, well, this year, this is what I'm going to take advantage of. When I went over all my action from last year and the years prior, which you have to do, see where you're succeeding, where you're not, it's this. This is, and look, again, my sample size is not big enough for me to prove my concept. But you guys will see what I'm doing. You'll see if it's working. And then, that's all we're trying to do is evolve as cappers. And this is what I've done in college basketball. I am on Ole Miss Rebels here. All these road teams, you fucking prove it to me. Your statistical profile is fraudulent, is what I think. And if I believe that, I'm going to bet against it. And it's been working. We'll see if it keeps working. Let's roll on, my man.
SMU Clemson next up on the board here. SMU Clemson here. We have 67% of the bets and 56% of the money on Clemson here. And this line has not moved at all. -4. -4.5 here. Juice is towards Clemson. 5-cent move, if anything. But other than that, no move, Jimmy. What do you think?
I'm on Clemson. These, look, I'm repeating myself over and over again. But, what has SMU done to prove that they can go on the road and win? They beat Mississippi State in overtime on November 28th. They got demolished by a dynamite Vanderbilt team. And that's it. But more than that, they just beat North Carolina in front of their home fans. They're the fucking kings of the world. They're walking around campus slapping ass, taking numbers. Now what happens? They have to go on the road. I want to fade a team after they have the victory of the year. Is that victory over North Carolina going to be their best win of the basketball season? It's possible. Clemson has won 5 straight basketball games. They're coming off of winning at Syracuse and at Pittsburgh on the road. I think this is the perfect time. Look, if this was a neutral core or if SMU wasn't coming off beating the Tar Heels, I would not do it. Yes, Johnny Guns, I'm not considering neutral site games as road games. Yes, I'm not. And it's worked for me. I'm not. I consider a road game when you're in the other team's barn and they're all cheering against you. Personally. So, and again, look, the one thing about this show is that we track every single bet that's made. Every single bet that's made. We're not selling you a goddamn thing. And I'm investing in my action. And then the records will hopefully speak for themselves. You guys see me take a bath in NHL. I got my man AM Sports Picks in the back ready to get to work for the NHL card. This strategy, we'll see if it delivers. We'll see. So here, I'm on the Clemson Tigers. Let's roll on, my man.
Drake Bradley, getting back to your roots, Jimmy, of the mid-majors here. Bradley, 7-point favorites here. Still 7 points. Some books showing 6.5, like Heritage showing 6.5, but BUL and such still having that 7 on the board here. And as for where people are betting, no information on this game, actually. No side or total information on this game.
What up, 4th and 1, my man? And I hear you, Johnny. Look, again, we are just trying to evolve as cappers. That's all we're doing. You're seeing one angle of it right here. And I got, like Justin has seen, obviously there's the trend. But I beat this line. I got Bradley -5.5. I paid a nickel for it at -115. So, and I'll very quickly run over the spots that didn't make the card that I'm going to take another look at. But Bradley was a second tier bet. I needed some more time to watch this market marinate. There's our guy MMA Locker Room in the house. What up, Millsy? So this is a spot where I think Bradley smash and grabs. I've talked to you guys about the 3 or so 4 spots, I guess, on my card that are like, -5 to -6 point favorites here that, I could add double result. I'm not going to add double results on any of them here. Although it did work for me on the most confident spots that are around this area to add the double result. Drake has not looked good on the road of late. And I have Bradley off of 2 road losses. So let's talk about who Bradley just lost to. They lost to Belmont. Belmont's a good basketball team. Belmont is a tough place to play. And we have Spooner on Belmont today, and that was a spot that I almost moved on there, Lena. They lost to Murray State. Murray State is 5-0 on top of the conference. And they got beaten badly by Murray State. They lose by 20 to Murray State. They lose by 10 to Belmont. Who are they going to take that out on? The next team that they play at home. That team is the Drake Bulldogs. Take a look at what Drake's proof of concept is. They played one road game this season. One. That's it. One before they went to conference play. They went to Murray State. They played pretty good. 81-72. They beat Evansville on the road. Evansville's trash. Then they lose at home to Illinois State badly. They come back. They beat Indiana State by 2. Now they're going to go to Bradley. And Bradley is going to take out all this anger out on the Drake Bulldogs. That's my expectation here. I got the 5.5. It's moved. Shout out to TC in the house. So I am on the Bradley Braves. 2 games left here on the card, but Bradley Braves for me here. Let's roll on.
Bradley for Jimmy. Now we move on to Davidson Loyola Chicago here in the second to last matchup here. Davidson here. Let's see if we have any market information on this game. We do. 83% of the bets, 91% of the money on the aforementioned Davidson. Lions, Bobcats, Tigers, whatever they are. -1.5 opener. Bodog showing 1, but everyone else still stuck at that -1.5 here. Juice towards Loyola Chicago.
I got Loyola Chicago at +105 on the money line. This is a spot where, I think initially, now we did cash on Loyola Chicago against Dayton. We also it was against Rhode Island when Loyola went against Rhode Island. Loyola's getting better as the season goes on. I know they got off to a terrible, terrible start. But cappers are going to look at this and think, how is Loyola favored over Davidson? I think that'll be the first thing that goes through everybody's head. That appeals to me. We have Davidson snapping their 3-game losing streak by beating St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's is at the bottom of the conference here. I know conference play has just started. Loyola Chicago coming off a home loss to Dayton. Dayton is on top of the conference, and we expect that to be the case here. I know the St. Louis is very good. And we got the St. Louis VCU game here. But I like this spot for the Ramblers. I expect this to be a Ramblers team that gets better as the season goes on. They won their first game, the Ramblers, and then they lost 7 straight basketball games. It was ugly. They came back home after that. They beat Central Michigan by 11. They beat Princeton by 5. They lose to Chicago State. They travel out west to San Francisco, and they lose by 14. San Francisco's a good team. They play Santa Clara and beat them. That was neutral. And then they beat Rhode Island, and then they lose to Dayton by 2. This is a team that's much better, I believe, than their record indicates. Much better. And I think that Davidson's going to have their work cut out for them here. Matty Ice says this screams Loyola Chicago, but he can't bet it. Here, there's a 5-10 team that's a pick 'em against a 9-5 team. If you want to simplify this, you'd end up on Davidson. What was the cash flow on again?
There was, let me tell you right now, Jimmy, 83% of the bets and 90% of the money on Davidson.
This is perfect. And what does the books do? The books are showing no concern. Anybody wants to show up and bet on Davidson. One thing, again, as you guys know, we don't have the cash flow information. And 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I would have waited. Now I'm just focusing on situations. Again, my sample size isn't enough to prove it. I hope to here, and I'm hammering the board. I'm on the Loyola Chicago goddamn Ramblers. Let's roll on to my final spot on the board.
Let's roll on to the final spot on the board, as the man says, Utah versus Colorado. Here right now, we have no market information for this game, and we have Line movement wise, a -10.5 opener for Colorado down to a 9. 9 at BOL, Bookmaker, Heritage, where the anonymous gambler applies his trade has a 9.5, but 9's across the board here.
Let's roll an attack here. This is the what did you say? We're back at 9.5.
It's 9 across the board here.
Okay,
Only
good.
one place has 9.
Okay, I got the 9.5. This is my lone road or second road team of 17 bets. So, Justin tested out 15 home teams and 2 road teams. Utah coming off hosting number 1 team in the nation, Arizona, and losing 97-78. They also traveled to Washington and lost here. The Colorado Buffaloes haven't looked that good. They lost to Stanford at home. They lose to Northern Colorado. I know that they were winning easily before then. But all of a sudden, this team looks susceptible. They came off the 95-89 win at Arizona State. And when I saw this number, I just felt like it was too many points. Now, the Utes have not looked good this year. They've lost 3 of their last 4. But I like to back a team after they get a little taste of the number 1 team in the nation. I think Colorado will be easier. There's a ton on the line for the Utes who are just 8-6. And I took the 9.5 here in this one. Did it make me nervous to back it? Yes, it did. But I felt like Colorado was going to be a very public side when push comes to shove. And to ask the Buffaloes to beat the Utes by double digits, they just haven't been playing good enough ball lately. So I'm on the Utes plus 9.5. Jose, sit with me here for a second. So I have a UNC Greensboro plus 5.5 and Utah plus 9.5. Those are my only road teams of 17 bets on the board. Shout out to Ron Crawford in the house, my man. So I have Maryland plus 7.5, St. Bonaventure -6, Marquette -5, Wake Forest -110 on the money line, Samford -6.5, James Madison -2, Kennesaw State -5.5, Jacksonville State -120 on the money line. Those were my tier 1 bets that I made last night. The ones that I wanted to see the market sit with a little longer: VCU -2.5, that's with no VIG, -104, Virginia Tech -4.5, Baylor plus 4.5, Ole Miss plus 4.5, Clemson -4, Bradley -5.5, and Loyola Chicago plus 105 on the money line. I've copied and pasted all the action from cappers in the chat, and the spots that I almost moved on, and now I see people on. Well, first off, I don't see anyone on Lehigh Valley. I almost moved on them. I didn't. Belmont and Colgate, I was very interested in. I've seen Spooner on Belmont. I've seen Matty Ice on Colgate. I'll dive deeper. I had some interest in Gardner Webb first half. So that was some interest. Valparaiso, UIC, I was interested in first half. I didn't move on it. Arkansas State, I was interested in. I'm now happy that I didn't because, Spooner's on Troy. Kansas State, I think it's a very fun spot, Kansas State, Arizona. Thought about Kansas State first half. Thought about Arizona State. Now I see DC Capron. I'll take a second look. I thought about Virginia. I thought about South Dakota, and I thought about Grand Canyon. So those were the leans that I didn't move on. I'm comfortable not moving on them, but I'll give them all a second look. That is college basketball, Jose, for Wednesday, January 7th. Thank you so much for rocking with us, man. I love it. I love it. Thank you, my man.
No problem.
Yeah, let's get that cash.
I'll be here. Excited to hear the NHL breakdowns with our guy AM, a.k.a. Lucas Giolito. So I can't wait.
Let's get to work. We have 5 games in the National Hockey League before we have a monstrous NBA card. Let's bring on our next guest. Yeah, Jerry Davis, I get it. I get it. Loyola does not defend the perimeter. Davidson hits threes. Let's see Davidson come into Gentile Arena and hit those threes. But I get it, Jerry, my man. Let's bring on our next guest. 5 games in the National Hockey League before the monstrous NBA card. Please welcome our next guest, being a revelation in our Discord and in our chat. Rocking with us right now. Please welcome AM Sports Picks in the house. AM, what's good, man? How are you?
Good. Just been busy, but yeah, happy to be here. So
let's get this all set up. It is great to have you. My friend, let's get this all set up. Let me just bring up the injury report here as well. And I have everything ready to go. Move this over here. And let's roll. We got 5 games on the card. I'm coming off a terrible evening myself. And I'm just flustered in NHL. But I'm going to, now that we've moved on to the playoffs, I'm going to be focusing heavy here, as heavy as possible on the ice. So we'll see if it works. We have 7 p.m. Eastern action. Dallas Stars 25-10-8, 13-4-5 on the road at the Washington Capitals 22-15-6, 13-7-3 at home. The Washington Capitals are now without Tom Wilson, 6'4", 225 pounds. And they're also without Alexei Protas, 6'6", 247 pounds. Now, Protas is not going to be out as long-term as Tom Wilson is. So I faded the Washington Capitals against the Ducks, and Mrazek was absolutely awful, and the Capitals won 7-4. What I noticed in that hockey game, one, Washington's tiny without these monsters. Washington is very, very fadeable without these monsters. And they play very quickly here. This is a team flying on the ice without these giants. So 40 says Caps only minus 120. So there's 2 things that I'm very interested in. Let's set up first. Casey DeSmith will be in net. The Stars are on this massive losing streak. One thing that has not been working, as I was on the Winnipeg Jets last night, who've now lost 10 straight games, is trying to get in the way of these streaks. But the Dallas Stars have now lost 6 straight games. 3 of them have come in the extra session. They're coming off a 6-3 loss last night at Carolina. I should have been on Carolina. I was just scared of Dallas losing all of these hockey games in a row, which is a legitimate fear. I'm not entirely sure watching Dallas, what's going wrong with this hockey team. From an injury standpoint, Ben has been out, and of course, Seguin out for the year, but there's no excuse really. We know they're going to be buyers at the deadline. The deadline's not too far away. Billy Friedrich says game 2 of a 6-game road trip. So we have Casey DeSmith versus Logan Thompson. Logan Thompson's coming back to earth a little bit. He will be the starting goaltender for Team Canada in the Olympics. 15-11-4, 2.37 goals against average, 914 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Dallas has the second-ranked power play, and everything the Capitals have been doing, they're doing despite horrible special teams. The penalty kill, which is usually so good, is ranked 27th at 76.9%. Washington's power play is 15.6%. That is third last in the NHL. And Dallas's penalty kill is really strong. I think that the Capitals are going to be a completely different team than we've seen because of losing these 2 giants. These 2 the reason why this team is special is because they have those 2 guys in their top 6 forwards. Tom Wilson should have been on Team Canada, the 4 nations, so we wouldn't get pushed around by the Americans. And Alexei Protas has been an absolute revelation. So here we have a move towards the Dallas Stars. I agree with it. I think they should be bet. And I think that the over should be bet. I think the over should be bet because this Washington Capitals team is completely different without these guys. So I'd like to bet both here. I don't see why I wouldn't at this point. Again, if you watch Washington without these 2 guys, they're tiny and fast. When have they been like that? This total is a 6. It's minus 118 to the over. This opened up 6.5, minus 120 to the under. So it's not that much of a difference. And then on the money line, I told you that we had this move towards Dallas here. TJ says, I've been riding these streaks, but focusing more on the totals. Dallas allowing so many goals of late, but still scoring their fair share. Washington allowing goals as well, over 6. My splash spot here. I agree completely, TJ, especially with what we've seen from the Capitals in their 1 game without these beasts. Take it away for us here, AM Stars Capitals.
Yeah, it's hard to make a case for Dallas in general. I like to catch teams when they're losing, but, when they're on a nasty run like this, you need to see it before I can really advocate to put your money on them. I'm not really rushing to go bet the Capitals either. I actually have been very close. I've been entertaining it the last few days of just taking a future on Capitals to miss the playoffs. I think this team is going to be on a decline probably the rest of the season. As far as the total, I actually like the under. There are 6.5s available. I think that's the best way to look at it. If you can grab that, I'm limited right now where I can bet, but the offshore I'm looking at, they're not offering 6.5 or 5.5 alternates that I can bet. So they're forcing me to get the 6. I think there's a good chance this game lands on exactly 6, and so I think that under 6.5 is really nice. But yeah, no, I don't have too much of a strong opinion on this game in general. Just like I said, could the Stars show up? Yeah, it's hard to predict when that's going to happen. They've been on a nasty run here, so.
Look, TJ says the only reason I'm not on the Caps is line. I'm going to fade the Washington Capitals every single game they play without Wilson and Protas. It's a completely different hockey team.
Yeah.
You watch this team play and you're like, Jesus. And you know what else? This is a Washington Capitals team that's been able to push other teams around. You know what teams do when those two tough guys, well, Protas isn't that tough. He's just huge. But Tom Wilson's a bully. You know what happens when the bully's not on the ice? They want everybody on that team to know the bully's not on the ice. And so I'm going to fade the Capitals every single game they play, every one, until Wilson and Protas are back. And I would like to guarantee a positive ROI, and I can't, obviously, but I'm 0-1 so far, and we'll keep tracking it. Jason Meyer says, why are the Capitals favored here? Because the Stars have lost 6 straight games. They've lost 6 straight games. And again, if you guys don't watch these games, don't bet the Capitals. It's a completely different. I can't begin to explain how lucky they are that they have Tom Wilson and Alexei Protas. Every team would salivate over having those two guys in their top 6 forwards. So we'll see how it goes. I'm going to be on the Stars and the over. Billy Friedrich says, I saw Dallas in person last night. That's all I needed to bet the Caps. No, look, I get it. I get it. And obviously we'll be tracking it and we'll see how it banks out. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. So Stars in the over for me. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, the Calgary Flames 18-20-4, 6-13-2 on the road. The Montreal Canadiens 23-13-6, 10-9-1 at home at the Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have this total at a 6. There's been a big move to the over, 14-cent move to the over. I see Fowler and Wolf and net. And I think, that let me know if I'm wrong with any of these goaltending, but I think, these are such quality young goaltenders that will battle here. That's certainly not what the books are telling us is going to happen. We have the Habs open up -155. They're now -145. Billy Friedrich's on the under 6. I wanted that just because of my belief in Wolf and Fowler. I don't know if I really want to get in the way of this move, but if you guys have rocked with me for a long time, when I beat totals by 20, 30, 40, 50 cents, I have a negative ROI. So I'm not too scared about moving against any of this. The Dustin Wolf starting to play a little better, but his advanced analytics are poor. This was the goalie of the year in the AHL 2 years ago. 14, 16, and 2, 2.90 goals against average, 898 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Fowler, 3-2 and 2, 2.57 goals against average, 903 save percentage, 1 shutout. Calgary is the worst power play in the National Hockey League, 14.5%. And, the penalty killing is not very good for the Habs. It burns them. They're ranked 22nd, 77.6%. Montreal power play at 23.8%. It's pretty strong. Well, that kind of fits into the Flames. Their penalty kill is really strong. Ranked 12th right now, better than I expected it to be. This, of course, is the same Stanley Cup final of 1986 and 1989. I don't think I've ever been a bigger hockey fan than I was over those 2 Stanley Cups. The Flames have lost 2 straight. They lost their last 2 games of that homestand. It was a long homestand, so they're starting their road trip now. They had the 1 day off, and then they start in Montreal. So it's not easy for them. But it's not easy for the Habs. They come off of a long road trip. They come off the win against the Stars. We've seen how bad the Stars are playing of late, but these 2 guys come off a long road trip. This road trip started before Christmas, Pittsburgh, Boston. Then they went home for Christmas. Then they went on the road again: Tampa, Florida, Carolina, St. Louis, Dallas. So it's been a long way away. Now they finished on Sunday. They flew on Monday and didn't have to play on Tuesday. So I'm not against backing them here. I'm certainly hesitant though. For really to back any side. I don't think Calgary's that good of a hockey team. And the only times I backed them are being at home. They're not really dealing with injuries. There's sickness everywhere right now, it feels like. But sickness going through the locker room. Montreal still without Caden Gooley. Josh Anderson's day-to-day with an upper body injury. And Jake Evans, out with a lower body injury. Those are, depth players that you want out there. Kirby Dach out with the foot injury. So the Habs are dealing with penalties. 40 Kid is on the Flames money line here. TJ's on the under. Said they already played one tight 2-1 game earlier this season, sort of a settling game for the Habs, focusing on D. Calgary scoring on the road is poor. My first thought was that Wolf and Fowler were going to play great here, but then I'm fans of them both. Take it away for us here. AM Flames Habs.
Yeah, I like the Flames here. I'm gonna be betting them. Just think it's I guess it's one of the systems for me. And with the Canadians coming off this long road trip, I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of come out of the gate a little slow. You could attack this at the first period if you like as well. That's fair. I normally just stick to full games, but Calgary had these 2 bad last home games. But besides that, I mean, they were playing pretty good at home here. I just kind of think that they're probably better than the 6-13 road record that they have right now. And I think this is probably a game where they can catch the Canadians off guard. So I think this is a pretty fair price to play the Flames. So I'm going to be betting them at plus 128. As far as the total, I do lean towards the over as well. I think we're going to see some goals. I don't have a strong conviction or anything, but I think the over really depends on if Calgary is going to, help that to the, help the goal total. I think they will. I think they're going to be able to score some goals here tonight. Montreal should have no problem putting up a few goals as well. So, like I said, lean towards the over, but I will be betting the Flames at plus 128.
I am on the Flames at plus 128 here. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mean to romanticize these 2 young goaltenders facing each other. I think it means a lot to both of them, though. And I have interest in the under. I don't know if I would get there, if I could get there, but I certainly have interest in it. It would be one of those spots that I'd also want the first period under if I bet it. So I'll have to decide that. Let's roll on. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. The St. Louis Blues 17-18-8, 7-9-3 on the road. Chicago Blackhawks 17-18-7, 9-8-4 home. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Hofer and Spencer Knight listed. Knight still performing well this year. 2.60 goals against average, 9-10 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Hofer's playing a little better. 2.88 goals against average, 8.99 save percentage. He's had 3 shutouts. Let's get into the line history and the setup here. Of course, the Blackhawks, counting the days to get Connor Bedard back. Not back yet. Nazer out as well. So it's big losses down the middle for the Blackhawks. The Blues, I just think, are a bad hockey team. I know that last 3 years they've turned it around right around now, but it's hard to expect that to happen. They're playing without Pius Suter, who's really good, very, very good. Then Nick Bjugstad out as well. Dylan Holloway, Nathan Walker out. Nathan Walker's been out for a while, so it's not a big deal. But all forwards that are out for them. We get to the line history and the setup. Why don't we get into the setup next? The Blues, I think, are so bad, but I've not had a positive ROI fading them. They seem to step up whenever I do. They've won the first 2 games of this homestand. They've been off for a while. I wonder if they can just turn it on again. They had a lot of games in succession. They had 4 games in 6 nights. They had 6 games in 8 nights coming out of the Christmas break. They played Friday and Saturday. They won against Vegas and then Montreal. And then they have 4 days off and then hit the road. It's kind of a tricky spot. This is also the beginning of 3 games in 4 nights for them, starting here in Chicago. I don't think it's a great spot for them. The Blackhawks have been winning hockey games. I don't know how they're doing it with this roster. They've won 3 straight, beat Dallas at home, went to Washington, beat them in a shootout, and then beat Vegas in overtime. They also had a really tough schedule there. That concluded 3 games in 4 nights, but they've had 2 nights off now and are back at home. Line history-wise, we have a total at 5.5 juice to the under. It opened up -115 to the other, got down to -121, now just at -116. And then on the money line here, we have a move towards the Blackhawks. They opened up at +110. The move was yesterday when the line came out, moved quickly to -102. Now we're sitting at a +104. I find it difficult to back either team or to expect offense. Take it away for us here, AM. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I don't have too much of a strong opinion on the total. I'd probably lean towards the over, but I mean the books do see. The overall market seems to the books sentiment is they're okay with taking over money at 5.5. So I'm not betting the total. I do like the Blues here though. I did just bet them. I got a -118. I think this is I mean, even the price on the Blues, I think that I think this is a game that the Blues probably win. There's some systems for me as well that are telling me to bet the Blues here, and to fade Chicago. Just their defense has played really well on this little win streak that they're on. Overall, I still think the Blues are probably, I mean, especially with no Bedard, are the better team. And they haven't been good on the road, but I just think this is a game that they probably get it done. And they do have the rest advantage. I'll take them as short favorites here on the road. I think it's a nice Blues spot.
It probably is. I can't. I think I can't back them under any circumstance. It's very difficult for me to back either of these 2 hockey teams. And the 5.5 heavily juiced to the under, I get it, but even that I don't find so appealing.
Yeah.
AM, what did you get the Blues at?
-118.
AM, you are in a business. By the way, Irish King moving on Calgary money line and the over 5.5 SGP here for Irish King. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. This is game 4 of 5. We have 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Ottawa Senators 20-16-5, 10-8-2 on the road to the Utah Mammoth, 20-20-3, 9-7-1 at home. Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. Levi Merelainen in between the pipes supposed to be. He's getting just destroyed. 868 save percentage. Looks terrible. Carroll, but there's nothing they can do with the Ullmark's leave of absence. Vejmelka 18-11-2, 2.70 goals against average, 894 save percentage, 1 shutout. That's just who he is. He's just a below average goaltender. I mean, we've been waiting for him to step up, and he doesn't seem to do it. We have Ottawa's Achilles heel is their penalty killing unit is terrible, but Utah's power play is terrible. Cooley's been hurt, and Gunther just started becoming the sniper again that we remember. Ottawa power play ranked 6th. Mammoth penalty kills pretty strong with Sergachev back there, 80.8% penalty kill. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Utah sitting at -121. They opened up at -129, so we've had a slight move towards the road Senators. Then from a total standpoint, we have a 6. It's -112 to the over. This opened up -110 to the over. So it's just a 2-cent move to the over. So very little movement in this hockey game. These Senators here are beginning this road trip. And, they finished their homestand on Monday. They left on Tuesday. They play on Wednesday. So everything's moving pretty quickly for them. They've been playing every second night here for a while. The loss to Detroit to close out the homestand, that gave them a 2-2 homestand. The Mammoth come back from a long road trip. They come back from the rain. They were at Madison Square Garden, winning in overtime on Monday night. Now they come all the way back and play. Feels like a terrible spot for the Mammoth, but I'm hesitant to back the Senators with Merelainen in net, but it feels like it probably should be done here. Utah getting healthy, except for Logan Cooley out, which really hurt their offense. And these Ottawa Senators are pretty healthy right now. You'll mark with the personal leave of absence, Lars Eller out, but that's it. I guess the Senators have to be bet here. Take it away for us, AM. Senators Mammoth.
Yeah, I think your sentiment's probably correct here on the Senators. It's I mean, these teams are pretty equal, but it's still, I mean, I kind of think Utah probably in normal circumstance should be a little bit more expensive. Not by a lot, but just a little bit, maybe 10 cents or so. So it is a little interesting. I don't really have too much of a strong opinion either way on the side, but I am really close to moving on this over. I think at 6, I think this is probably a really, I think they can get, both these teams can get there pretty easily. The only thing that is concerning me a little bit is the market. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of money coming in on this over. I'm not seeing books really react to it in general. So I'm wondering if maybe, maybe this is just kind of a slow start for both teams, sleepy spot, both traveling, kind of, traveling, playing up in elevation. It does make me wonder if it's going to be a bit of a tight forechecking game, neutral zone kind of play. But I will be keeping an eye on the over. I'm not going to move on it officially yet. I'd like to see probably a stronger signal before I move on it.
I agree with needing a stronger signal. You have two goalies that have been getting annihilated. Why would this not be moving? I think the Senators should be bet here. I hate saying it, but I think that they should be bet here, and I plan on doing it. I think that I guess they're both in sort of tricky spots, both having to travel yesterday, but one team gets to go out on the road after a loss, and the other team just beat the Rangers, Madison Square Garden, has to come home and deal with bullshit. I think that does give the Senators a bit of an edge.
I mean, they both had the one day off because it was on the 5th, but it's weird. It's definitely weird. I don't know. I'm surprised. I mean, from what we're seeing, they're just taking a lot of over money. You'd think you'd see something, and just nothing. So, I'd feel a little better about it if there was really any sort of market signal on the over.
But 67% of the tickets on Utah and just 23% of the cash. I mean, the line moving slightly towards Ottawa. I think that all makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think that signal definitely makes sense. And like I said, it seems if I was going to make a line on the game, I mean, just Utah at home in elevation with both equal travel. I think the price it's a little cheap on Utah. I think, I like a minus 135. That seems like a more normal, or even minus 140. So plus 105 for the Senators on the road. It does seem a little strange.
I think I'm going to have to do it. Let's get into our final spot on the board, AM. Thank you so much for rocking with us. We got AM Sports Picks here on Pub Sports Radio, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. San Jose Sharks 20-18-3, 9-10-0 on the road at the LA Kings 18-14-9, 7-9-4 at home. Crypto.com Arena, Los Angeles, California. Yaroslav acts about me in net, 893 save percentage. Still has a high goals against average, but he is moving in the right direction. Tim Earl in the house, our Cappers contest champ. Great to see him. Thunder minus 39.5. Lucky Lefty in the house. Great to see you, Lucky Lefty. Darcy Kemper on the other side, 12-7-6, 2.32 goals against average, 9-12 save percentage, 2 shutouts. The Kings just took down the Minnesota Wild in back-to-back games to really make a statement here that they're a team to be reckoned with moving forward, despite being 7-9-4 at home. I find it difficult to imagine them getting up for the Sharks here. And the Sharks first period plus a half is a wheelhouse type of bet that I almost want to make every opportunity I can. Right now it's minus 135, 365. I couldn't bet it last night. It wasn't available. I probably should have bet it as soon as I got up this morning, but I didn't. So Tim Earl looking at Sharks team total over and the Sharks money line here. The Sharks 18th ranked power play, 18.9%, 23rd ranked penalty kill. They've been dealing with all of these issues injury-wise spectacularly well. The Kings power play ranked 27th at 16%, penalty killing 21st at 78%. Let's get into the line history. We've seen a move. I know that I just looked at the first period at 365. I know that last night the Sharks were plus 230. Now they're plus 210 over there. This total is a 6. It's minus 116 to the over. I know that the Sharks play over hockey even when they're not. Somehow that game went over last night, even though it was a clear under. Here, though, this is opened up at minus 245 for the Kings. It got up to minus 260 20 minutes after the line came out, and then it went right back to minus 245. So interesting. Now 365 does get their NHL out earlier. They don't care about the back-to-backs. They get it out before then. A lot of books don't. So this opened up at plus 212. Now it's at plus 216, but I know it was at plus 230. I saw it. Then when we get into the injury report for the Sharks, it's a mighty one. The Sharks and they're handling it all. They have Delandria and Goddard out, Kurashev and Will Smith out. That's 4 centers. Now, Will Smith generally will be a winger if he can play on with Celebrini. Desharnais, Mukmadulin, Klingberg all out. How the hell are they doing this? And when they first started dealing with injuries to the defense, I was fading them, and it wasn't working. For the life of me, I do not know how they're doing it. It kind of goes against the way I see games. You're missing the centerman. You're missing the defense. Those are the most important positions on the ice. We have the Sharks who've won 4-5. I mean, they're just playing great hockey. And then the Kings coming off these 2 massive wins over the Wild. I want the Sharks first period to jump out of their skates. Irish King on San Jose money line and Celebrini anytime goal says run that shit back. Let's hear from you, AM. Our last game on the board before a giant NBA card.
Yeah. So Sharks do me a system, but it was a few weeks ago I did this. I evaluated just how each systems had performed based on price. And I found that when I was betting dogs that were, I believe it was like plus 185 or higher, it actually became much better to bet the other side puck line. That team just it didn't happen every game. And ultimately, if you're betting those underdogs, you were still slightly profitable, but you would have been even more profitable if you would have bet the favorite puck line. I'm definitely looking at the Kings puck line. I mean, when you look at what both of these teams have done on the season, in what world do the Kings command this kind of price? The books do not want you to bet the Kings here. And it seems pretty clear to me that's why they set it at this. And then the other thing that just initial reaction on the game is whenever I see 2 California teams, it's almost immediate overlook. Just for whatever reason, when California teams meet up, there's always goals. It just I have that feeling whenever any California teams meet. So I don't know if I'll move on the over, but I am going to move on the Kings puck line here. The over I may move on later. I just want to check the market probably a little longer, but I am going to move on the Kings puck line. Like I said, I think if you objectively look at both teams, I mean, the Kings even have a worse record on the season. I mean, it's it is 7-9 at home, and they're commanding a minus 250, 245, depending where your look price. I mean, I don't know. I understand the Sharks have injuries, but I don't think you can. When Bedard got knocked out, you didn't see teams in like this situation immediately. It's like it would be more like a 20-30 cent kind of difference, not the Kings at minus 250. So I'm gonna buy in on what the books are telling me here and take the Kings puck line at minus 105.
Kings minus 1.5 at minus 105 here for AM Sports Picks. I get it. I just after beating the Wild, I get they're. I've been higher on the Kings than everybody. Everybody's told me they're trash, and I'm like, no, I think they're a good enough hockey team. I was surprised about how they've handled their roster, but I get it. I get it. They're playing good hockey right now. Do you think it could be a flat spot early? The Sharks come in after beating the Wild back-to-back games.
Normally, I would, but I mean, if I stand back and look at it, the public has loved betting the Sharks. They're an exciting young team. They've been cashing all. If you've been betting the Sharks, you're making money. And to see now the books are offering you this huge price for them to bet. Bet them on the road against the Kings, who have been mediocre at home. I agree. Normally this is a flat spot, but I just don't think the books misprice a game like this often. So I am, I'll buy in on the line. And like I said, I back because like I have a system that tells me to bet the Sharks here. It's just like I said, when I went through all of those bets, it was much more profitable if you were, when the money line gets this high on that dog, to just go with the favorite and blindly bet on puck line. So I'm doing that here. Like I said, I also think overs has a good chance here, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Be a good game.
It will be a fun game. I just don't think of the Kings as an over team, but you're right. And TJ on the over as well. All right, I have interest in the Sharks first period plus a half. I've gotten a little bit of cold feet after AM's breakdown. AM on the Kings -1.5, -105. I'm going to be moving on the Senators. AM is on the Blues -118. He's on the Flames +128. I'm interested in the under in the Flames Habs game, but again, I don't feel quite as confident on it. I cannot wait to watch Stars Capitals. I can't tell you how different this Capitals team is and how messed up the Stars are playing right now. It's just I don't see how 8 goals are not scored in this hockey game. You have all this offense and no power, no toughness, no anything. AM, being great having you here, my man. So AM's record I do have, so we'll have it ready for next game. It's a very small sample size, but he's attacked the board here with 5 games. I love to see it, AM, my man. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy AM Sports Picks. You'll also see him on NFL Pop-Up as we head into the playoffs. AM, thank you for joining us, my man. I love to make this Wednesday thing every Wednesday. If it works for you, we'll talk. But I love it. I'm going to pop your X down here in the chat. Any last words to the Capper supporting the show?
Let's get the money. Have a good day, guys.
Let's get that money. There he is, our guy, AM Sports Picks. I'm so excited about our basketball breakdown. We have this monstrous basketball card, but I am dealing with – I'm going to need to take a second here. Jose's going to come on and introduce – our next guest. Jose, jump back on here with us, my man. I'm going to need to pour a glass of water here. My throat's killing me. But all I want to do is cap this NBA card. God damn, I want to cap this NBA card with just the man to do it with us. Here. Sorry, I didn't put AM. Sorry, I didn't press. So I'm going to go. AM, please. Jose, my friend. Please introduce our next guest. I'll be right back to cap with him. We have just a giant one. We start with Raptors, Hornets. Man, I'm pumped up. So please introduce our next guest, and I'll be back in less than a minute.
All righty. Let's introduce our lovely next guest, a favorite of mine. Because whenever this guy comes on, I end up winning somehow. Somehow, some way. It might not be financially. It might just be I'm winning because his good energy just feeds me. It might be because, I get to laugh at the Lakers' pain and suffering. There's some way, some form I'm winning, and you guys will with this guy on screen, the one, the only Darryl Rice joining the program. Darryl, it's nice to see you. How are you doing?
Yo, Jose, man. Happy New Year to you, brother. Happy New Year to you, my man.
That's nice to see you.
All the bullshit that you talk. What is this? Like, this would be going on now year 5, Jose. You still my brother, man. You still my brother, man. I cannot stand your fucking Boston Celtics. We're looking pretty good this year, so you can't talk too much shit.
Yikes!
But,
really? Ugh.
Yeah, but you make a valid point, and that is when I come on the show, you do win. You do realize you called that Boston money line. It was like one of the last times we spoke, man. You called that Boston money line, and I think you won it outright. It was no. It was the Spurs game. I think you called.
Oh yeah. The Spurs beating the shit out of the Lakers in the cup.
Yeah,
and they're gonna do it again today.
Were dogs.
It's gonna be hilarious.
You were dog. You were the dog, and I had to give it up. But yeah, man, peace and love to everybody in the chat. Nasty Nate, man. Happy New Year to you. Justin McElvey, man. Happy New Year to you. Everybody. I don't want to get in trouble, start calling names, but everybody, man. Everybody in the chat. Appreciate you guys rocking with this whole fucking squad, man. Pub Sports now 5 years, bro. I just looked at that. 5 years. Been rocking with them. So, Jimmy, Good to see you, man. I'm glad you are okay, man. And like I say, any day on this side of the grass is a
Good day. It is a
it's a good
good
day,
day. It'll be
brother.
better.
It's a good day.
It'll be better when we're breaking bread down in San Antonio.
Yeah,
Man.
Antone, man. San Antone, bro. San Antone. Yeah, I'm with it this year. I'm with it this year.
I'm excited. We're all excited, man. Let's get to work, my friend. We got a big, beautiful, and there it is, Pubapalooza 5, man. Everybody is grabbing their Airbnbs. They're not expensive, right around Southtown 101. Oh man, I'm pumped up, man. I need it.
Man. I gotta get closer because I know that LJ and I stayed at the same hotel, bro. But we was kind of out of the loop as far as like not being in proximity to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to be a little closer this year.
Yeah, the hotels are a little too expensive, man. You get Airbnb for like $100 max, $120, $130 a night max, and walking distance, it works.
This is true.
We got Ronnie Crawford. Spreadsheet play of the day is in the Phoenix Suns. We're going to talk all about this. I'm excited. Let's get to work, my friend.
I got you, Nate. Hey, thanks, Jose, for the comments because I can finally talk with the fellas, man. But we got a big card, Jay.
We do a big, beautiful.
This is a monster card, bro. So I've made some moves already, and I did tweet them out.
Oh, beautiful.
So lines are moving as we speak. I did already see a line move. So on this first game, actually.
Well, let's get after it, my friend. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Toronto Raptors 22-15, 10-7 on the road. At the Charlotte Hornets 13-23, 7-10 at home. The Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. So much parity in the NBA over the last 10 games for each team.
Yeah.
The Wizards with a better record than the Thunder. It's wild. The bad teams are playing well. The good teams are playing average. It's pretty wild. We have the Hornets on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Pacers tomorrow night. Let's get this all set up for us here. And let's get into the line history and the injury report. We have the Toronto Raptors opening up at -2, getting up to 2.5, and then falling back to 1.5. A half-point move towards your Charlotte Hornets. From a total standpoint here, we have a 231. Opened up at 232, dropped down to 230.5 and 229.5, and then came back up to 231. A 1-point move, very small. When you get to the cash flow, I think it's been helping, at least in NFL. Looking at two different books for cash flow, we know that the odds logic, we think it's a sharper representation, and that the Action Network is the public representation. So let's take a look at where they have both of these spots. 70% of the tickets and 57% of cash on Charlotte, according to Odds Logic. 72% of tickets on the under and 87% of cash on the under.
Yeah.
That is Odds Logic. Over at Action, they have 59% of the tickets on the Raptors and 51% of cash. That's on the spread. On the money line,
when'd you start using Odds Logic?
About a year ago.
Okay.
I just lost all the complete faith in the Action Network.
Yeah.
I don't trust it. I think that you shouldn't really trust. We just don't know if these sites are being audited appropriately with their information. We know that they legally can't lie to us, but it's on the money line. 67% of the tickets and 59% of cash on the Raptors. From a total standpoint, 60% of tickets, 54% of cash on the over. We take a look at the expected lineup in the injury report. It's not pretty for the Hornets. For the Raptors, Pirtle's out. We know now when we watch Murray Boyles at the 5 that there aren't real positions for the Raptors. All the guys can sort of play all over the floor.
Right.
For the Hornets, you have Plumlee out, Williams out, Kalkbrenner out, which makes Diabate really important. He's questionable, or he's probable now. Salwan is probable. Brandon Miller is questionable. Knuppel is someone you've used a lot here on the show. But the downgraded to questionable is Brandon Miller. He wasn't on the injury report earlier, so that's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. The Raptors are coming off of a back-to-back home wins over the Hawks. They beat them badly in both games. 134-117 was no different. Game 2, 118-100. I mean, went under. That was the only difference, but beat them by a similar margin. For the Hornets, they're playing good ball. They went into Chicago, beat them, and then they went into Oklahoma City Thunder and annihilated.
Jesus.
Crazy. It was
Crazy game.
33-33 after the first quarter.
Mhm.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the rest of the game would play out the way it did? Shea had 21 points, 7 of 21 from the field. It was egregious. Thunder shot terribly. The Hornets shot really well. You would think after the Hornets beat the Thunder that they should be faded here. The Godfather says Diabate is the key, taking the Hornets plus 1.5. I expect Khan to have a good game along with Sexton. Robert Cherry's on the Hornets money line. Lucky Lefty on the Raptors first half minus 1.5. So the Raptors and Hornets are playing at a similar pace over the last 10 games. 98.97 possessions a game for the Raptors. Hornets one spot ahead of them, 21st at 99.15 possessions. What's the difference of these two basketball teams over the last 10 games? Is the Hornets are shooting 42.8% from three, and the Raptors are shooting 32% from three. A 10% difference in threes with the volume of these teams shooting the ball from outside is massive. They're shooting similar from the field, but that 3-point difference is massive. Take it away for us, Derl. Raptors, Hornets, game 1 on the board.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. So the way I look at this game is this. Charlotte got a jolt when they beat OKC. That's a jolt. That's a boost of confidence. That's all you need, because really the games, in my opinion, when you beat a team like that, when you catch them on an off night, really, and you beat them outright, that gives you a little bit of boost and confidence and morale, right? And I believe that right now, the keys should belong to Concanoopel, not LaMelo Ball. That's just me, right? This guy is a rookie saying all the right things as a rookie, and he's going out there and balling. So the second that I looked at his line, I was like, okay, he's averaging 19 and a half. He's playing some really good ball right now. Why not step on his points? So I stepped on Concanoopel's points at 18 and a half, right? The second I stepped on that 18 and a half, I went back at it because I was like, maybe I should put more money on it. And his line was at 19 and a half at minus 104. So I would still take the 19 and a half. I didn't double up on it, but I would still take the 19 and a half points. And this is the reason why. There's another guy who's playing really good, and that's Brandon Miller. Right now, he's averaging in these last, I want to say 10 or 5 games, 28 points a game, right? And his line is set at 22 and a half. Now, with the news coming out already about him being questionable or downgraded, I believe his points are now, they've gotten as low. I was looking at the wrong person. His points are at 19 and a half also. So
did you say Knubel got downgraded?
Brandon Miller.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, Brandon Miller. Yeah, Brandon Miller is questionable now, but his points are at 19 and a half. I'm going to go with Concanoopel, and this is what I think. I wouldn't be surprised if Brandon Miller doesn't play, because there's just been a jolt in Canoopel's points, right? I believe Canoopel was as low as 17 and a half earlier this morning. And now you see a 2-point move. So what you will see is that there's no interior presence for Charlotte, right? They're just gonna be outside. They're gonna shoot outside. You're gonna see a lot of catch and shoots from Concanoopel, which is going to leave rebounds open primarily for Scotty Barnes. So I couldn't talk you off Scotty Barnes either. As far as the side of this game, I do believe this is a Charlotte spot. I really do. I'm just not bold enough really to jump on it, because when it's all said and done, Charlotte is still a bad team, right? They're not the best team in the East by far. Right? I think they're 12th in the league or 12th in the conference, and Toronto's sitting at 4th. So if I just got to kind of choose the lesser of two evils, I'm going to go to what's been making money, not with me all the time, but Concanoopel's points. Give me Concanoopel over at 19 and a half. I got it at 18 and a half. If you can get the 18 and a half, it might be a little extra juice on there. But yeah, the 19 I'm not afraid of either.
And you tweeted out?
Yeah, I tweeted out the 18.5.
Okay, beautiful. Let me go over to your. So I see this differently. I see a
Okay.
team destroy the Thunder,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a must fade. I don't care about confidence. I think that these guys just won their NBA championship,
Really?
and now they have to come back home. And I've always thought that way. I always fade teams after their signature victories, and I don't see why I wouldn't do it here. I don't. It's not that I don't think. You're right. It is a confidence builder. I don't think that confidence is necessarily a good thing. You can get pretty high on yourself, and they finish off the road trip by beating the defending NBA champions, and then they come home the next day and then have to play immediately against the Raptors team in front of an empty Spectrum Center. This motherfucker gonna be empty.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, you're right about that.
So I think, like, I'm with Kripke here. I think the Raptors must be bet. The Godfather says Diabate is key. I get it.
He is key.
I hate Pirtle not being out there. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you not? I mean, this is just, for me, this has just always been, obviously these spots are not, there's no locks and no guarantees, but my ROI on fading a team after their signature victory is just almost the same as fading a player's point prop after a career high night. It's a very high. I have to fade the Hornets after beating the Thunder the way they did, and I'm going to do it.
Saturated. Happy New Year to you, brother. Happy New Year to you.
We need saturated.
Godfather.
Down.
There's another guy. Res Mob. Happy New Year to you, brother. Appreciate you.
Steady mobbing, man. Let's go. Sham talking about the Hornets beating the Raptors.
They did.
Yeah, trashing the Raptors. That was
that was 111-86. That was in December, so it's
December
still
5th.
pretty fresh in their minds too. So
they've also won back-to-back games against the Raptors, and the Raptors won, they only won by 2. They know this team's not to be messed with, so I think they take this seriously. I don't love that they're coming out back with. Who's going to handle the empty arena better? Probably the Hornets, just because they're used to it. The Raptors still filling up the arena, so I'm interested in the Raptors. I'm going to move on to Raptors. I just I have to. So let's roll on. Next up for 7 p.m. Eastern, the Chicago Bulls 17-19, 7-10 on the road. Detroit Pistons 27-9, 13-3 at home. What a beast these Pistons have become. Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Now the Bulls are on the first of a back-to-back with travel. They host the Miami Heat tomorrow night. So the Bulls, have to worry about a bunch of things because of their injury report. The Bulls are without Giddey, Collins. Now, Bucelis is probable. Jalen Smith is out as well. The big thing is that Kobe White is questionable. So he is important, but he's only going to play in one of these games because of the hamstring injury. So which game does he sit? Which game are you going to have to be looking up at Trey Jones and Herter? That's the question. So that's kind of hanging over the spot here. For Detroit, Harris out, Duran out. And then you have Cade Cunningham, questionable. Karis LeVert is probable. Duncan Robinson is probable. Let's take a closer look at Cade Cunningham here. He's being downgraded too. He was probable with the wrist contusion, and now he's downgraded. But when we see that, generally speaking, not going to play tonight. I mean, I hate playing the guessing game with this stuff, but, we've been in this situation often, and he doesn't play. We have these Pistons off back-to-back wins. This is their third game in 4 nights. They won at Cleveland 114-110, and then they annihilate the Knicks at home 121-90, beat them by 31 points. When a team loses by 31 points, they're an immediate bet. What do you do when a team wins by 31 points and then doesn't have Cade on the floor? You have a Bulls team losing to Charlotte at home 112-99. And then on Monday, that was on Saturday. Then on Monday, you lose at Boston 115-101. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total at 229. Wow. So we have a 7-point move to the under. As you guys know, 7-point moves I fade, but I've only faded them when they go to the over. I've not faded them when they go to the under. Obviously, it's predicated on injuries too. It's not just cash flow. The Cade Cunningham, being downgraded from probable to questionable is a big part of that. Detroit minus 9.5. They were getting bet. Opened up at 8.5 and got up to 11.5. Then the news comes out that the downgrade on Cunningham, and now we're down to a 9.5. This is a very interesting situation. Both teams shooting the ball. So everything about these teams, they're playing similar. Again, we talked about the parity over the last little while. Bulls 6-4 over their past 10. Pistons 6-4 over the past 10. Bulls playing at the 9th fastest pace at 102 possessions a game. Bulls playing at the 15th at 100.6. Bulls shooting 47.8 from the field over their 10 games. Detroit 47.4. Bulls shooting 35.3 from 3. Detroit shooting 35.2. I mean, I guess I don't like the Bulls being on the first half of a back-to-back, but I don't see why they wouldn't be able to keep it in this number. Let's get into the cash flow here. We have 81% of the tickets and 95% of the cash on the Pistons. Coming off a 31-point victory. 69 and 89 on the under. I know that the line was moving towards the Pistons with Cunningham in the lineup. Now it's moving away from them, but how do you not want the Bulls here plus 9.5? Take it away for us here, Darryl. Bulls, Pistons.
This is something that I read. Do you know where the offenses ran out of when Giddey is off the floor?
Well, if it's Giddey and Kobe White off the floor?
Mm-hmm. Well, primarily Giddey. Just start with Giddey. Kobe would be the primary ball handler, but where they run that offense, their offensive scheme, let's just say no Cade and no Giddey.
It's Vooch.
Vooch. You're right, Vooch. He runs that offense off the top of the elbow, right? So all your pick and rolls and your handoffs go through Vooch. And so there is a 32% increase in usage rate when he is the primarily, not ball handler, but primarily running that offense through him. What does that scream? That screams assists. And they keep his assists pretty low. Versus the Celtics, 7 assists. Versus the Hornets, 8 assists. Versus the Magic, 5 assists. Versus the Pels, 5 assists. He did have 2 against Minnesota. I believe they got blown out that game, right? And I do believe that was actually a game that Giddey played. I would have to research that. Somebody can check that. So what I'm saying is that first off, the way Detroit is playing, you just got to take them regardless, right? But I can't get to the 11.5. I really can't. Not without a full squad. Not without a full squad at all. But
we're down to 9.5 though.
Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want it at all. I couldn't move on a side or a total here. But I do like Vooch's assists. And it's plus money right now. I'm seeing Vooch at 4.5 assists at plus 106. And I believe that'll get to 5.5. I really do. So my official play for this specific game is Nikola Vucevic over 4.5 assists. Because they're going to run the offense through him, which I did not know. I was like, wow, this is crazy that the big man is the one actually running the offense. A 32% increase in his usage rate. That just seems like a good spot to me. So give me I was going to say Nicole, but Nikola Vucevic over 4.5 assists. Official play for this game.
And it was plus what?
Plus 106.
Plus 106 here.
Just my 2 cents. What's up, brother? What's up?
I fear this line is going to move.
To what?
I think it'll close at 8.5 or 8. I think the Bulls should be bet right now. I mean, now look.
Yeah.
I do not think Cade's playing under any circumstances. So what am I looking at? Ivy, maybe Sasser because Duncan Robinson might not be there. What if it's Ivy, Sasser, Thompson, Holland, and
Swar,
Isaiah
yeah.
Stewart?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the thing about it is, two of those guys you named are still dogs, man. Isaiah Stewart's a dog. Aswar Thompson is a dog.
Oh yeah, no, look, they're a
So,
quality basketball team, but
I mean, this is we're not talking to you're throwing names out, but we're not talking about like yesterday's news, like yesterday's lunch. Like these boys are still dogs. They're first in the East for a reason. So, but the prime person that you named is Cade Cunningham. Now, if he is out, I like that Vooch bet even more because you got to remember, man, Cade he's a what 6'7", 6'8" guard. That's a big guy to be off the court. You know what I'm saying? So if he's out for sure, man, that could support your Bulls theory. So get on it now. But I would be a lot more happier with him off the court, not playing the disruptor, and get those assists to Vooch. Vooch might have 6-7 assists today.
now we have a question from Rob Free. He says, "What
Yeah.
if White plays? Will Vooch still get the assists?"
Yes. He absolutely will. I'll put it in short form because the ball handler Kobe is a ball handler, but Giddey is the guy that has to have the ball in his hands. He doesn't really move off ball. This is why he gets a lot of triple doubles because he's everywhere on the court, man. He's everywhere on the court. But when Giddey is off, you need to have that play primarily ran through Vucevic.
I'm gonna move on this now. I'm I think you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move on this now.
On the Bulls?
Yeah, and I can still get a 10. I think I can. Let me just see here. 10.
Well, the math has got a math, first off. So, how many points do you think Cade is worth?
This I would be fading them probably even if Cade was in.
If Cade was playing?
Yeah.
Oh,
At
wow.
11-1. Yeah.
At home?
Third game in 4 nights, coming off a 31-point blowout. Everybody feeling so good about themselves. Bulls coming off back-to-back losses. I would probably be fading them anyways. It's just how I work. It's how I cook, man. The better you feel about yourself, the more I'm going to fade it. I do it in life too.
Mm-hmm.
The happier you are, the more I think that fucking yang is coming to your yin, man.
Respect.
So it's how I work, man.
Okay, I'm mad at you, man. I can't talk you off of it.
It's
I'm
just
in
how
church
I
on
work.
this
It's
one.
how I work in basketball. It's brought me this, the success I've had in it. So I was probably going to fade them anyways. The question is, I kind of want first half and full game. The problem is, what if Cade does play? I just don't see how he could play third game in 4 nights. The problem is the Bulls are on the first half of back-to-back. What are you going to say, my man?
But you just said even if he was playing, you would probably still take him.
Yes, but there's a difference between a 9.5 and 11.5, 12.5, especially in the first half. There's a difference between a 4.5 and a 6. I don't want. I'm not going to double down in case he is announced in, and then I should have waited at least for the hat. Like I don't mind moving on the full game right now. There was just a 5-cent move back to the Pistons as I was looking at this. But I'm going to move on this now.
This is their third game this season. So they played early in the year, and Bulls got them, right? 4 points. They played in November, so not too long ago, right? Detroit got their get back and beat them by 11 points. So maybe it's time for revenge again on the Bulls end. I don't know, but best of luck on that one, brother.
Well, I don't want to be going up against you, Jerry, personally. And if, I'll copy and paste this, but I'd rather, at this point, if it's I moved on 17 bets out of 53 games. If we're talking about a lean right now, I would need a real reason to be on it. I don't choose to go up against you. Sorry, I didn't write it down. Sorry, head kind of filled with sickness. What Vucevic over 4.5?
Over 4.5 plus 106.
Plus 106. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna move on the Bulls right now. Here at the 10, getting at a a nice enough price here. Cost me 5 cents for the 10. The Bulls plus 10 here for me at minus 115. I haven't sent it in yet, so I'll do that in a second. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Washington Wizards at the Philadelphia 76ers. Wizards 10-25, 4-13 on the road. Sixers 19-15, 9-9 at home. Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I mean, if you're not talking about like the Hawks, Pelicans on the low side or the Celtics on the high side, everybody's being average. Sixers 5-5, Wizards 6-4. This is the first time I've written down I stopped doing the last 5 games. I moved to 10 games. I thought that was helping me out more.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time I've put a winning record beside a 10-game slate for the Washington Wizards in what, 4 years? 3 years? I couldn't tell you when the last time was. They like playing with each other all of a sudden. Sorry is, cooking. We have the Wizards coming off a 120-112 home victory over Orlando. They did get beaten up by the Wolves bad, but they've won 3 of their last 4. Sixers coming off that 125-124 overtime loss to Denver. So the Wizards are on the second half of a back-to-back after that win versus Orlando. A second half of back-to-back with travel. It's a tricky situation here. A real tricky situation. Sixers, losing 125-124 in overtime to this Nugget squad that was led by Jalen Pickett, Peyton Watson. I mean, look at that starting 5: Holmes, Jones, Bruce Brown, Jalen Pickett, and Peyton Watson. That's who you just lost to at home.
I know.
The Sixers put up 4 points in overtime. I mean, it's just
that was the largest spread of that whole slate. And Sixers lost that outright. Just outright, bro.
This line is moved egregiously. Minus 11.5 all the way to minus 15. So just a huge move towards the Sixers, who were just embarrassed. Wizards feeling good about themselves on the second half of back-to-back. Like, I get it. Who wants Philly at this number? Its total set at a 236. Opened up at 234. It did get down to 233.5 at one point. We get to the cash flow. We have 50% of tickets, 55% of cash on Philadelphia, 91% of tickets, 94% of cash on the under. Los Chudy in the house. He took the under. Says high total. I get it. I fear I fear that there's not going to be enough defense being played. Washington playing fast, not too fast, not as fast as they were early in the year. 9th fastest in the league over the last 10 days, 102 possessions a game. Philly shooting or running at the 18th fastest pace, 99.77 possessions a game. Philly only shooting 44.7 from the field over those last 10 games. Well, Wizards 46.9. Philadelphia shooting better from 3, 36.7 from 3, while the Wizards are shooting 35.3 from 3. Take it away for us here, Derl. Wizards, Sixers.
Yeah, so I was looking at this game, and I said, I absolutely want no parts in this game whatsoever. Absolutely not. Ain't no fucking way you can have me take Philly at that large of a spread. But also, I'm kind of scared of the Wizards too. Yesterday, Wizards were plus 7.5 and won outright against Orlando. Just ran them out the building. Orlando actually had a chance to win that game, but they were down by damn near 30 points in the third quarter. Right? So it seems like the safest way to play Wizards really are the props. So if you're not looking at CJ McCollum points or CJ McCollum threes, I don't know what to tell you, but that's just an automatic cash. However, this is a back-to-back, and I've never played CJ McCollum on a back-to-back as far as points. And they can actually come out to Philly, man, and get wrecked. Get absolutely wrecked tonight. But I just want no parts of that whatsoever. I want no parts of that. So for right now, it's a lean to me toward the points for CJ McCollum. I believe. What is his points at now? Is it still? Yep. No, Koulibaly. I didn't even see him. So CJ might not even play today. But I'm gonna tell you another one who's been cashing for me. And this guy will cash early, like first half early. And that's if you have not jumped on the Justin
Well,
Champagny
CJ's
train.
out. He's out.
Yeah,
Middleton
CJ ain't
out.
playing.
CJ
Yeah.
out. George out. All out. Embiid, Oubre, probable situation.
So I'll make it live right now because all these people out. Where's the scoring going to come from? Right. So Justin Champagny at over 8.5 points. I played that yesterday, and my man's cashed that like in the first half. So just looking at the history of his points, I don't know why they always have him so low. 17 against Orlando. He gave you 6 against the Timberwolves, but he put up 20 against Brooklyn, put up 12 against the Wizards, or excuse me, against the Bucks, and he put up 11 against the Suns. So I do believe he could have a game today where he is at least going to give you 10 points. So I'll make that official. I'll make that play right now. Justin Champagny over 8.5 points.
All right, you are in business. What's the line?
I've got that at minus 127.
I'll see if I can beat that here, but you are in business. You are in business. We have Champagne over 8.5 points and minus 127 here for Derl. We're making moves here. It is an ugly game here, Wizards Sixers. I get it.
That's
I get
ugly.
the Sixers are embarrassed and they're going to smash and grab. I don't know who would want to back the Sixers at 10-point favorites, let alone
10
15.
points. Right.
Aaron saying a lot of points for the Sixers to be laying. Fernando Mendoza looking at the Wizards team total under 110.5.
That's a good listen. That's not bad. That is not bad. That makes a lot of sense. I couldn't talk you off that.
Wow, Jerry, minus 165 at that book. Let me see.
Yeesh.
That's the prop market is absolutely wild with the. Oh,
You sure that's not a 7.5? Jerry?
wow! The 10 just moved to minus 1, so just 5 cents to minus 120 for the Bulls. So the line's moving towards the Bulls. Let's grab see if I can beat that player prop here for Champagne. We have. Oh yeah, they've moved it to 9.5 here. So yeah, you're in business.
Really? Are you serious?
9.5 minus 118 to the over. That's a good number of 8.5 minus 118.
Yeah.
Let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern with the
That
Denver
could be
Nuggets,
scam.
24-12, 14-7 on the road. At the Boston Celtics, 23-12, 11-5 at home. We're at TD Garden in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics playing great ball. 8-2 over their last 10, playing at the 28th fastest pace in the NBA. 97.15 possessions a game, shooting the ball nice. 48.5 from the field and 37.5 from three. Nobody, well, not should say nobody, but not as nice as the Nuggets. Nuggets shooting 40.4 from three and 48.4 from the field. Despite all of these injuries that they've been dealing with, they've been shooting the ball beautifully. We have a horrific injury report for the Nuggets. Valanciunas out, Jokic out, Cameron Johnson out, Tamar Bates out, Jalen Pickett probable, Jamal Murray probable, Tim Hardaway probable, Aaron Gordon probable, and Christian Brown probable. That's not a bad situation here. Celtics are status quo. Pritchard, White, Brown, Hauser, Queta is their starting five tonight. Let's get into the line history and the situation here. The Celtics playing great ball. Nasty Nate, you never gave me, I've thought about this too many times and I should have just texted you, but you never gave me your answer on the Tatum Giannis debate that you guys had. Because I said Tatum just because he fits in the system, he works in the system. But it was a difficult thing, and I never heard who you said on that one. If you could, it's stuck in my head for whatever reason. We have the Nuggets coming off that impressive victory on Monday in overtime at Philly. This has been a long trip, man. Nuggets are just battling here. Yeah. Man. So Tatum, that's what I think too. Next, I agree. We have
6 road game.
Yeah, this is wild. This is their 7th This is their 7th. They played 6 so far. They all started
Yeah.
after Christmas, so they played on Christmas. This has been an absolute battle for them. They've won 2 of the 4 road games, and it ends here. They're probably interested in going home.
Yes, absolutely.
These Boston Celtics just playing good ball right now. 23-12, first in the Atlantic Division, winning games. They won 4 straight. They won 8 of 9. The only loss came at Portland, 114-108 back on December 28th, coming off a home victory over the Bulls on Monday. This is game 2 of a 4-game homestand. They're relaxed. They're chilling at home. It's going to be a difficult weekend at home versus Toronto on Friday and then Spurs on Saturday. But this is just a team playing more than the sum of their parts. And you could say the same about Denver if you wanted to. I think that what happens is I fade happiness and excitement. They're getting their players back, and I bet you they play poorly. This totals at 231. It's this opened up at 230, dropped down to 229.5, and got up to 234.5 at 1 p.m. today before dropping back to 230.5. Can you believe in the last hour and 20 minutes this line has dropped 4 points on the total? That's just absolutely wild. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Boston -9 at -115. They opened up at 9.5. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 58% of the tickets and 83% of cash on Boston. I agree with that. Why is this line moving a half point towards Denver then? Maybe it has to do with all these guys being listed as probable. Maybe that's it, but that makes me nervous. 65% of tickets on the under, 95% of cash on the under. Jerry Davis making moves. Balboa and Barcelona over 3.5 plus 120 in the first half. Look, I want to back Boston. But no, it's not that. I want to fade the Nuggets after that performance and having all these players back.
Right.
Take it away for us, Derl. Nuggets, Celtics.
Denver Nuggets at Philly 76ers, 24 points. Denver Nuggets at Brooklyn Nets, 23 points. Denver Nuggets at Cleveland Cavaliers, 21 points. Denver Nuggets at Toronto Raptors, 24 points. Do you know what player I'm mentioning for Denver?
I could take a guess.
Uh-huh.
God, I think I'm gonna screw this up, but Peyton Watson?
Yeah.
Wow.
Peyton Watson, Jay.
That's
Peyton
crazy.
Watson, man.
I didn't think he was balling like that.
He's balling, bro. He's balling. And so essentially he's taking advantage of the lack of depth because there's so many injuries on the team right now. But someone did mention that in the notes or in the comment section right now. There's some young guys who's really balling right now, man. Strother's another one. He's kind of been in that system for a little bit, but you don't have any Aaron Gordon, you don't have any Christian Brown, you don't have Jokic there. You know what I'm saying? Porter is already making a name for himself at Brooklyn. So I already stepped on it because I just think, in my opinion, when you have somebody kind of in a rhythm like this, they don't hop out of it that easily unless you take that time away from him. Jump on Peyton Watson points, 14.5. I see it now at -112. So it's juice to the under. But this is a Boston team that's going to shoot a lot of shots, right? So you've got shots coming, and you know the primary ball handler and who's going to be accumulating all the points is Jaylen Brown for Boston. But this is something I noticed about Jaylen Brown. He don't really pop off in the first half. Like, he covers his number, but it's usually in the second half. Like, he's not a quick starter. So I believe this is the flow of this game. Denver is going to keep it close in the first half. But then I think in the second half is where they fall apart. I wouldn't talk anybody off of Denver first quarter. Maybe that second quarter gets out of hand for them, but that first quarter is where I'd feel real confident. But that leaves many, many opportunities, especially if Boston's going to start shooting early. man, that leaves a lot of opportunities for there to be a fast-paced, long rebounds, kick the ball out, and let somebody shoot it. And that's going to be Peyton Watson. So give me Peyton Watson over 14 and a half points. I've been playing his prop for a little bit, and he has been cashing. He's went over that prop 4 of the last 5 games. He only had 11 points in that first game, first of 5, which happened to be against the Miami Heat. Peyton Watson over 14 and a half points is good money.
And what do you get the vig at?
Minus 112.
You're in business. It's more expensive in other spots, so that's a good sign. Peyton Watson over 14.5 minus 112. You know, you're right, Kripke. I didn't realize quite how dominant Boston's being. They're beating everybody by this number.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. So if you look at, so they've won 8 of 9 games. Only one time in those 8 wins did they not cover the 9 because they only won by 8. Every other time they've covered the 9.
Yeah, but I mean, Boston's low key on a tear, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're on a tear right now.
I don't think it's I think it's everybody talking about it now and respecting it.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning spreads, Bobby, like it's nothing. Right. That Chicago spread was 10 and a half for what it's worth. That Chicago spread closed at 10 and a half, and they blew them boys out. Well, it was 14 points, but that game, the final score does not reflect how that game was played.
I think they do it again here. I don't. I'd like to see something from the market that you know, but I have to fade Denver after that basketball game. But I am a little concerned here. Yeah, I'm right with you, Jimmy. I fade them coming back, but this opened up at 9.5. It's now a 9 at circa. It's minus 115 towards Boston, but yeah, I think that I just got to trust the fade of the Nuggets with their players back. I think I just got to trust that, and I'm going to do that. Now, this there's a slight chance. Like I moved on the Bulls bet already, but there's a slight chance that the show ends and it's an 8.5 now, and I don't bet it. So I'll put it on X if I bet it, but I expect to bet the Celtics here. And again, it's
you got to, man. These boys are ready to go home, right? And if you're talking about the term scheduled loss, that Philly game was absolutely the scheduled loss. Yeah. So they stole one in a sense. You know what I'm saying? They stole a game on this long road trip that they've been on. So to get out in these last 2 games, being against Philly and now Boston, and you're able to take one of those, that's a win for them. So I could only look Boston. I just haven't gotten there yet. I just might get there. I just might, but
I expect to, but I don't mind the market sitting here for a little bit. I'd like to come back and see a 9.5 or a 10, honestly. So Kripke says you could look at the players coming back as they want to hand Boston now. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I look at it's going to mess up the rhythm, but I want other people to think, oh, this is going to help Denver. But
that's good, Kripke.
I want people to think like that, Kripke. I want people to think.
So we know for sure that Gordon and Brown are going to be back?
They're all, and Murray, Jamal, they're all back.
Okay.
And Hardaway, Jamal Murray, Gordon, and Brown all in? Come on. After we just watched this lineup deliver the goods, man.
Right.
I think it's a must move. Okay, so let's move on to Pelicans Hawks. These 2 teams are 2-8 over their last 10. To give you an idea of the parity, after this game, we have 7 games and 14 teams. And there is one of those 14 teams at 7-3. There is one of the 14 teams in the Jazz at 2-8. The other 12 teams are 4-6, 5-5, or 6-4. I don't remember seeing parity like this in the NBA.
It's crazy, brother.
It's crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
So But let's roll, with that in mind. Pelicanos, Hawks. Pelicans 8-30, 2-13 on the road. Hawks 17-21, 6-11 at home at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. These teams are playing badly and they're playing fast.
Mm-hmm.
The Pelicans, well, let's start with the Hawks. Fastest pace in the NBA. 106.05 possessions a game over the last 10. Pelicans, fourth fastest, 103.40 possessions a game. We have 45 and the 4th-1 entertainment moving on Nuggets, my line. Wow, that's a big balls banging around. My man, 4-1.
Yeah, man.
45.6% from the field the Pelicans are shooting and 31.6 from three. Ugly basketball. 46.9 for the Hawks from the field and 38.3. Billy Friedrich moving on. Riza Shea over 3.5 rebounds at minus 130. Sham saying the Pelicans disappoint him. They won the game up in the fourth and laid down. Just can't close. Oh, God. I know what you're talking about when you back a bad basketball team and they're in it until 4 minutes left because they can't close. It's so frustrating.
Oh, no. Let me give you a story. Let me talk about can't close. Luka did this to me. So yesterday I played Lakers alt line minus 9.5. Luka gets fouled, misses those 2 free throws, which would have put him at 10 points, put me at 10 points, right?
Yeah.
And then he gets fouled again and makes the other 2. And then they go and come back and they let, I think it was Trey Murphy, just dunk on him. So talk about bad beat, man. Like I just knew I was going to win that. But yeah, they kept that game close all up until the fourth.
Yeah, it's the late questionable meaningless buckets are very difficult to handle. The Pelicans are on the second half of back-to-back, as we just talked about. 111-103 versus the Lakers. I kind of screwed up. Justin messaged me. He said there's 7-point swing to the over in the Lakers-Pelicans game. So should we bet the under? And at first I was like, yes. And then I dove a little deeper. I went because I was just looking at other books. I went to Bet Online and I noticed that they had opened it at 240 and dropped it down to 234 from 2 to 9 p.m. yesterday. Then the other books opened it up at 234 and there was like a 9 or 10 point move to the over. I've never seen that. But Justin, we saw that it cashed again. That the models are never going to be that wrong ever. And we can take advantage of it. And so I learned something from that yesterday, Justin. I learned that if the sharp I thought that there was a possibility of gamblers manipulating the market, putting bets with limits down on the under, it goes down to 234, and then putting heavy bets on the over, and that got in my head. And that's why I was like, I don't think it's perfect. I'd never quite seen a situation like that, Justin. I'm thankful that you sent it to me because everybody's been watching me cash when the line moves 7 points to the over or more. I just don't believe that the models are that wrong. We have the Pelicans in the throes of despair.
Yes.
What is it? What happened? Oh, I can tell you what happened. Zion came back.
Yeah, this is true. This is true, man. They've been sucking paws ever since, man.
They are coming off their 8th straight loss. We talked about Murphy going for 42 last night. Let's see the injury report and see who is playing and who isn't here for this next spot on the board. We have, of course, DeJounte Murray out, Sadiq Bey out, Grand Theft Alvarado out, Trey Murphy. Oh, this is let me go here. We have Murphy questionable with lower back spasms. So he's a game time call, I guess. He's going to go through the pregame routine. We'll see if he can go. God, he's playing good ball. Then we have so that's Trey. Then we have, I think I said Troy. I apologize. Then we have Herbert Jones, also questionable right ankle soreness.
Yeah. So and that's you're losing a lot of defense right there, Jimmy.
Oh yeah.
There's a reason why these boys are allowing damn near 123 points a game. It's no defense whatsoever. But Herb Jones is that anchor there.
Then we have Trey Young. Who is he going to be playing for?
Yeah.
That's the question. Yeah, Jerry, I saw, look, I mean, that was in my head too. I mean, I saw LJ and Brizzy on the over. I mean, It's just part of the game. Oh yeah, Justin, it went under a huge. It was a very interesting situation. I'm really happy that I saw it, and that's in my. That I can think about it because it was just a smash and grab to the under. Okay, so we have 8 straight losses for the Pelicanos here, going up against Atlanta. Atlanta, of course, coming off those 2 losses in Toronto. It was 3 games in 4 nights, but it's a little easier when you sit in one spot for a little while. Where's Trae Young going to be traded to? Lots of interest in all of that. Okongwu is questionable as well, and he's been downgraded to questionable. Late, they call it a very late addition to injury report. So he woke up sick. So I think it's fair to say that Okongwu will not be in the lineup tonight. So that's the situation. Let's take a look at the line history here and the cash flow, and then hand it over to our guy, Derl. Got Darryl Rice in the house. We have Atlanta -10 and -112.
Crazy.
I think that's fair.
Crazy, brother.
I think that's a fair line. I mean, you have the Pelicans coming off a game that meant something to them. Second half of a back-to-back, and clearly just letting go. This totals up to 246. I mean, we see it happen in all these Pelicans games. This opened up at 241.5. It moved to 240.5, and then somebody bet the over, and the books took notice. It was a 5.5 point move at 1:30 in the morning. Good God. Now it's just sitting at 246.
Holy shit, Jimmy. Did you see that? Underdog just tweeted out.
No, what's up?
From Shams, Wizards are Trae Young's top preferred trade destination. Why the fuck would you want to go to the Wizards?
It's funny you mentioned that because that's all I thought was that.
Really?
No, because I thought it's not. I think he's playing mind games. It's because name me one team in the NBA who would take him. It's just
he should go to Houston.
Do you think the Rockets want him?
Do the Rockets have a point guard?
No, but they're about to next year. Van Fleet will be back.
Yeah, man. You could probably get Trae on the low right now, to be honest with you.
What? How much of the Hawks don't want to keep? I don't know. They don't want to hold on to any of that cash.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just saying this motherfucker is weird to me. What? If you said your top trade destination is the Wizards, I think you need to get your head checked, bro.
I think it's all a mind game. They're the only team that will take him. So he's saying, look, I just want to get out of Atlanta so badly. I'll say publicly that I want to be on Washington just to get out of Atlanta. Like I name me one other team that can fit him in right now at his price. None.
You're right. You're right. He would have to go to a bottom feeder team. You're right.
I think he's
it's just weird he would say that shit because coaches will offload him in a heartbeat. Probably get a good deal for him going to the Wizards.
Yeah, I think he's sad. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that Trae and Luka, are no longer on the teams that drafted him.
Man.
Let's get to the cash flow here.
Okay.
And hand it over. I mean, the fact that the Hawks just don't want him on the team is wild, man.
Listen, man, this motherfucker's got coaches fired. He got McMillan fired, man. You know what I'm saying?
Dougie White said he'd fit well on the Mavs. He'd fit well right now, but what happens?
No, yeah, when Kyrie comes back, it's curtains.
Yeah, it's a Cuban Connect in the house says, who are the Hawks to be laying 10.5? Let me know. Look, as you guys know, I want things to be expensive. I want things to not make sense because they're so expensive. And I think that's what's happening here. 77% of tickets, 80% of the cash on New Orleans, 63% of tickets on the under, 80% cash on the other. Now, I will say this. I do not think Okongwu plays. How many points is he worth? Maybe 1 or something. Like I think that he's announced out. So Carfu's saying, why is that over so high? It's insane.
There's no defense. But I mean, these are still professional players that can put the ball in the basket. Just leave them open.
Oh, that's a tough call. Jerry Davis says, who do you take? Take one, Ja or Trae? I would have to meet with Ja. I would have to meet with him. I just want to get a sense of where his head's at. But if I felt like he was going to turn the page and like move on and be more mature, if I felt like I could trust that, I would take Ja.
I would take Ja also. Absolutely. Because you got to understand, Ja's frustrations really is with the organization. They railroaded the head coach, right? They got rid of key pieces. And then Ja just went on this perp walk for a little bit with the gun situation and all that. The man is still a good player, right? I don't think he wants to be in Memphis whatsoever. It's just been time after time where they just feel that he feels that the organization itself wasn't behind him, primarily when he got caught with those guns and all that shit, right? But Ja would be the pick. Absolutely not Trey. Absolutely.
No, I feel that. Jermaine says he's not sad. He's got 100 million. You know, Jermaine, look, was Westbrook sad when they called him Westbrook? He was.
Yes, he was.
It didn't matter that he had 200 million. He said, don't put that on my name. That's my name.
That's my name. That's my legacy. Yeah.
These guys, like, I understand that their life is pretty nice, but also Trae Young walks into a club and they say, "No, man, get in line."
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, now maybe that's, obviously I'm exaggerating, but like Trae Young does not walk around the streets, everyone going, "Hey, what up, Trae?" No. I mean, it's, there's different ways of looking at it. But I feel you. So here we go. Pelicans, Hawks. I'm interested in the Hawks here. I think the Hawks win this by double digits. I want Okongwu to be announced out, but I'd love to hear your take on this.
No, you don't want to hear my take. I don't give a fucking shit about this game. I do not care about this goddamn game whatsoever. This is the only one I really don't care about, man. At all. So I don't care how high this number is moved. I would probably still take the over. Gun to my head, I would probably still take the over in this game. Because there's no defense being played whatsoever. None. And so, yeah, my only look is the over on this, but there's no way, man. I had this partner that he's like, "Hey, man, I wouldn't touch her with your dick." That's how I kind of feel about this game, man. I wouldn't touch this game with your dick, Jimmy. Pause.
That's one way of putting it. That is one way of putting it.
Yeah, man.
Well, my dick gonna bet on the Hawks.
On the Hawks.
I'm gonna bet on the Hawks here. I think this is way too expensive. Why is it so expensive? Nobody wants to touch the Hawks at all. We're sitting here with New Orleans with 77% of tickets, 80% of cash. This is a Hawks fucking smash and grab, is what this is. This is the Pelicans don't care. They put all their effort into that game versus the Lake Show. Now they're going to be fed to the Hawks, who are angry and happy that Trae Young's not in the facility.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, man. But yeah, good luck with that.
Thank you. Now, I think I should wait for Okongwu to be announced out. Let's roll on.
Justin. My bad, Justin.
Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Orlando Magic, the Brooklyn Nets, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Magic 20-17, 8-11 on the road. Brooklyn Nets 11-22, 5-13 at home at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Both teams 5-5 over their last 10 games here.
The chat's cutting up, man. Calm them down, Jimmy. They cutting up over there, brother.
Oh, I like it, man. We need levity. Stressful shit we do every day, man.
Hell yeah.
All of our lives on the line with our action each and every day.
I know, brother.
Need a little levity in this.
do.
So let's roll. Both teams 5-5 over their past 10. Both teams shooting poorly. Both teams playing at a slower pace. Orlando playing 16th fast pace, 100.5 possessions game. Remember early in the year, they were flying up and down the floor. Starting to slow down here. Shooting poorly, 46.5 from the field, 34.4 from three. Brooklyn 5-5. They're playing at 27th fastest pace over that stanza, 97.8 possessions a game. Shooting almost identical to what the Orlando is, 46% from the field and 35.6% from three. We have Saraf and Highsmith out for the Nets. So it's Demon, Mann, Porter, Clowney, and Claxton. For Orlando, Suggs is out. The Wagner brothers are out. Castleton out. So it's Black, Bain, Da Silva, Banchero, and Carter. That's our situation here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. Line history wise, we have sorry, where the hell is it? My bad.
I wouldn't bet that with Jimmy the Banks.
The total opened up at 224.5. Now at 221. It's dropped 3.5 points here. It did go up for a second, but then it's dropped back down. We have Orlando -2. They opened up at 1.5, and they're now -2. A team that's under 500 on the road in the Magic. Slight favorites against a Brooklyn team that's only won 5 of 18 games at home. Let's see if the cash flow tells us a story. Cash flow wise, we have 50% of tickets and 84% of cash on Orlando. Circa's moved this to 2.5. They have 58% of the tickets and 90% of cash on Brooklyn. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. So let's just set up the rest situation for these two squads. We just talked about the Orlando. We talked earlier about what Orlando did last out. It was an ugly loss yesterday at Washington, 110-112. The Nets coming off a win over Denver, a beleaguered, broken down Denver team, but still a Denver team. The Brooklyn Nets played Denver at home. They've been off now for 2 nights. So they played on Sunday. Magic played yesterday, but played poorly. Take it away for us here, Magic Brooklyn.
Yeah. You want my analysis on this? You ready for this shit? Are you ready for my analysis? You ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'll keep this really, really simple. Give me Orlando. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is, man.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
Yeah, man. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay. This to me is a game where I'm not even looking at really X's and O's. And this is from what I had seen yesterday. I watched that game, the Orlando game, man. I watched that game and something stuck out. The Wizards had these boys' numbers all in the first half. They really did. Didn't let up in a third quarter either. Champagne had a game. Bilal Koulibaly had a game. CJ had a game. These boys were just shooting out the building, right? I noticed something that Jamal did yesterday. Jamal put his bench in, and the bench came back and brought the game under 10, right? So now you're talking about crunch time, fourth quarter. Do you know, man, Jamal did not play his starters. He said, y'all sit the fuck down. Maybe they was out partying something the night before or whatever. But Black, Banchero, Bain, none of them cats came in, bro. Wendell just got embarrassed, right? I'd had Wendell just a small amount of money. Wendell Carter for a double-double. Didn't get there. And I think when that happens, that is a silent message that's sent to the players that, man, y'all done fucked up. Y'all done fucked up. And Jamal was willing to say, you know what, I'll lose this game versus bring my starters back in to see if they can get over the top and win this game. That said a lot about Jamal yesterday, if you ask me, to where he was already fed up with the starting squad. He's like, you know what, man, y'all go ahead and strap up and just sit down. And I thought, okay, yeah, you got a big enough lead. You probably are going to sit your starters. But when this bench unit, this second unit came in, man, and brought this game like down to almost single digits, the first thing I thought was like, oh yeah, Jamal, okay, we're at the 5-minute mark. Jamal's about to bring his starters back in. They could win this game. Nah, man. Nah. And what he did was he gifted those bench players more playing time and put more respect on the bench players in that second unit than they did his first unit, right? That sends a message to your first unit. Anthony Black, who has just been absolutely balling, could not find the bucket yesterday. And we're talking about missed dunks. We're talking about back-to-back wide open corner threes that he just could not knock down, bro. And Anthony Black has been that, that rising star, if you will, with all these injuries in Orlando. I think Orlando comes out today, man, and they really get things done. I really do. And it's funny that the line is as short as it is, but I just think it's just all the variables and all the different things that's happening within the market. One thing they're not going to look at is how Jamal pretty much just embarrassed his players to a certain degree, right? It was almost like you're in timeout, right? So when you got to play the next day, first off, don't even worry about the back-to-back because those starters did not play a lot of minutes. Just go ahead and look at their minutes played. They did not play a lot of minutes, hardly the second half at all. But when you're in a position to possibly win the game and you don't put your starters back in, that sends a message to that locker room. That is what you would call an alpha coach. So I like Orlando in this spot here, man. Now, I could be just looking into things completely wrong and erroneously, but no, I am making this play primarily based on how Jamal treated those starters yesterday, right? And he's like, okay, if y'all don't give a damn, if y'all gonna sit out here and not be true professionals and beat this busted fucking team, sit your ass down then, man. Bring a second unit in. And they almost won that game. They almost won that game. So all in all, I really do like Orlando. Now, this will tell me a lot about the maturity of the players, really, and the leadership of the players if they come out and lose this game to fucking Brooklyn. To Brooklyn, bro. So yeah, I think this is a game that Orlando is going to cover. It's not going to be close. They're going to cover this game and they're going to come out pretty much on fire. And that will say a lot about the relationship that the players and the coaches have also. If they come out and ball tonight and play for their coach, then you know that they took that benching real serious and like, okay, man, let's get down to brass tacks. We still got over half the season to play. Let's not fuck around.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think this makes perfect sense. Magic have not looked good. They're dealing with injury issues, but it's no excuse.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost 2 of their last 3 of their last 5.
Back-to-back travel. So a lot of these things, and I'm seeing the comments, you're right, Billy. I'm looking at that too. But I just think there's just some things that kind of are weighted more. And when you see that dynamic happen in real time with coaches and players, these are things that there's no measurement. There's no way to measure it, But these are things that to where the market can't measure it. They're just looking at all the other moving parts. I think Orlando gets down tonight, man. I really do.
I like the whole angle behind it. So there's a -2 and a -110. Some books are moving it to 2.5. I'm curious to see the cash flow. Yeah, 53% of tickets, 85% of the cash on Brooklyn. So, Circa has 58% of tickets and 90% of cash on Brooklyn, and they're still hanging Brooklyn at the exact same number that was 2.5. I think you've nailed it from a psychological standpoint. Now, the psychological X's and O's I stopped really using in NBA. I stopped a few years ago because I just
Jimmy.
It's just I stopped. It's just for me like what games don't make sense. Where's the money? Like I started going in that regard, and I just felt a little because these players stopped being now not all, and that's not a blanket statement, but certain players I couldn't trust. I couldn't trust showing character and showing motivation, and that goes back to Jermaine talking about, hey, don't worry about Ice Tray. He's got 150 mil in his bank account. It goes back to that. These guys, what do they really need to put out maximum effort? Like I see why the Clippers are putting out maximum effort right now. They're getting dragged through mud. They're being laughed at. They're being, so Kawhi's getting hammered for this the $25 million out of nowhere that aren't on the books. So
he's planting trees. Come on, man. Come on.
Cuban Connect on Brooklyn. The interesting thing here is that ain't nobody with you on this.
I get it, man. I get it. And
I'm gonna join you on this.
yeah, I get it. Because I think also is and I get there. Here's the psychology that some people are looking at. There's no way, just looking at these teams individually, that regardless of the situation, that Orlando should just be hanging a 2. It should be more. So the thought process they're going into is that, you know what? Everybody is going to be on Orlando. Public will probably be on Orlando because this line is so short and they think the books got it wrong. And so I'm going to fade the public in this case here, right? You fade the public. And Brooklyn would be the play to make if that's what it is. And I just think that's the thinking behind it, really. Is I'm going to be on Brooklyn because, and I've used that psychology before. Oh no, hell no. This line is way too short for this team. There's no way. It can't be that easy. But I just think in this regard here, they got to get that game back, man. Orlando was not supposed to lose to the Wizards. And they damn sure can't lose to Brooklyn.
I really like the angle. It does scare me a little bit. All right, well, let's roll on. We have I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is, play of the day. The spread is play of the day. Magic -2, -110. I want to join you. I think psychologically it makes sense. Now, the sharp spot at Odds Logic, they tell us that Brooklyn's being bet 53% tickets, 85% cash. You go over to action and focusing on sort of where the public is. They are on Orlando. And Will Rondo going to be there, man. Nice.
All right, Will.
Barclays Center, man.
Yeah, Barclays, man.
Absolutely, fun, man. That'll be fun.
Absolutely, bro.
All right, let's roll on. Not far from the Barclays Center, Madison Square Garden, New York, hosting the Clippers. 13-22, 4-13 on the road at the New York Knicks, 23-13, 15-4 at home. Clippers 7-3 over the past 10. We just talked about it.
Yeah.
They're getting absolutely trampled in the media and everywhere. And so they're starting to play better ball. I mean, before this run happened, they were sitting 6-19. 13-22 still does look ugly. We got Stacks play today, number 2. It is James Harden, 25+ points for our guy Justin.
I like that. I like that, Jay. I like that.
Harden, 25+.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Yeah, I mean, it was sure. Harden likes to step. Harden, Kawhi, these guys, want to step up.
Yeah,
in these situations, we know that
at the Garden.
Yeah, at the Garden. We have Harden listed as probable. Bogdanovich out. Harden is probable. That's all we need to know. So Harden done. Kawhi, Collins, and Zubac. That is your starting 5 here for the Clippers. On the other hand, we have Hart and Shamet out. So it's Brunson, Bridges, OG, Cat, and Mitchell Robinson at the 5. So that's all set up. There's no real guessing around that. Let's get into the line history here. We have New York -4.5. They opened up at 5.5. They're now 4.5. 1 point move towards a 13-22 basketball team. Interesting. Obviously, they've been winning games of late. This total at 223 opened up at 224.5 and immediately dropped down to 221.5. As you guys have seen, we evolve as cappers. We get better at capping, and we also see what we're not succeeding with, and that's the key of tracking your action. It's just what works for me, what doesn't. So
Right.
I've left the totals alone, and I say that out loud because that immediate move to the under and then coming up a slight point makes me want to be on the under. Something that I won't do here because it just won't work for me a long time. Los Chudy is on the Clippers plus the points, says fading the Knicks until they cover a game or two.
I ain't mad at that, man.
Jermaine saying Knicks a complete fade still after the cup. We have just my 2 cents. Moving on. Paolo, 25+ points. 25+ points at +114. That is the TC play of the day. Paolo Banchero.
I like that. I like that. Just my 2 cents. I also like probably going back to the window with Anthony Black too.
61% of the ticket, 61% of cash is on the New York Knicks. 64 on the under and 54 on the under. If we take a look at action for this one, we get. Oh, that's the money line. That's why we get 64 and 66 on the Clippers. Tells a bit of a different story. The Clippers playing at slowest pace in the NBA, and it's slow, man. 94.7 possessions a game over the last 10 games. They got 7 and 3 over that time. Shooting the ball beautifully. 48.3 from the field, 39.2 from 3. Knicks also shooting 39.2 from 3. Problems, they're only shooting 45.1 from the field. 14th fastest pace, which is much faster than we've seen them play. This is a team that generally plays slower, sort of where the Clippers are playing. So they're 14th fastest over the last 10 games. That's not helped them. As you know, we can see with how they've been playing. Let's take a look at the rest situation for these squads. The Clippers have been on the road here. They start here. Sorry, they start.
Okay.
Off the win over the Warriors. So they flew from LA to New York yesterday, and they play immediately. This is not a great spot for the Clippers here.
It's not.
I understand why anyone would back them. This is a team that's won 7 of 8 games and is playing good basketball. But that was a 5-game homestand they just finished. And we talk about when you fly across the continent, whether you're coming back home or starting a road trip, you want the 2 days in between games. So you fly the one day, you get the day to kind of rest or do whatever, and then you play. This is not easy. They play Brooklyn on Friday, they play Detroit on Saturday, and then they come home. This is a tricky Eastern swing for these New York Knicks here. They are now falling behind the Celtics in the Atlantic. They've lost 4 straight games. They're coming off by 31 at Detroit. And you guys know what that is for me. You lose by 30, you must be bet.
I get it.
I don't know if I'm going to do it, though. Shout out to occupancy in the house. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'd like to hear from the comments in the chat and hear from you. Take it away for us here, Darryl. Clippers, Knicks.
Yeah, they haven't covered a spread since Christmas. That's insane, bro.
Yeah,
They're 2-8 ATS in the last 10. Like I think there was a joke about they should have put up the banner or something like I don't know. I heard a joke about the Knicks probably shouldn't have did some other shit they didn't do. I don't know. All I know, man, is that this has been a complete turnaround of where these guys were. Even Thanksgiving, last year. Remember the one drawback that we did notice with the Knicks is how well they play at home versus away. But now, even at home, man, I mean, you lose outright to Atlanta, you lose outright to Philly. I mean, you lose outright to Cleveland. I can understand Cleveland. But still, all in all, man, I don't want any parts here. But this is something that I was reading. And it's called the Miles McBride Corollary. And do you know that Miles McBride, right now, he's being priced as a bench player, but he is going over his mark of 10.5 points since Josh Hart has been out. So he's averaging 16.3 points per game, and he's hitting the over. And this has been in the last 6 games. For whatever reason, the market hasn't just really adjusted to it just yet. And so I'm going to take a stab on this. This is going to be my first Miles McBride play of the year. And I'm going to go there. Miles McBride over 10.5 points. I got it. Now, this is juiced at minus 136. But the production that Miles has since Josh Hart is out has been phenomenal. So if he's giving you roughly 6 points over his line in the last 6 games, and the books have not caught up to it yet, maybe there's just not enough play on him, I'm going to step on it. So Miles McBride, that's the only way I can play this. If I had to choose a side, it absolutely would be the Clippers. But I don't want any parts in how bad the Clippers is, playing absolutely no defense, and how volatile right now New York is. They're up and down. They do need a win, I tell you that. They absolutely need to win. But I'll go with what's been consistent, and that is right now Miles McBride over his points. So give me Miles McBride over 10.5 points.
This is a Knicks team that just lost by 31.
Mm-hmm.
Brunson had 6 turnovers and 0 assists.
Mm-hmm.
Cat had 6 turnovers, 1 rebound, 1 assist.
It was a debacle.
To sit back and say that this team is not going to show anything here, show any heart. Again, this is the question you have to ask yourself, and it's something I've tried to stay away from, is to not get the character and the psychological situations as much as I would rather focus on the market. The market's moved a point here. If you're looking at the records, obviously, Clippers 13 and 22, 4 and 13 on the road. Everybody in the chat on the Clippers, except for just my 2 cents. Free bands play days on the Clippers. It's Clippers.
I see some McBride props out there too. Yeah. And to your point, Jimmy, you put up 90 points, right? New York puts up 90 points. Detroit puts up 121 points. And McBride is your second leading scorer. I mean, Jalen Brunson's numbers props is generally between 28.5 to 30.5 points. He didn't even get there, right? He got to 25 points. But Miles McBride, your second leading scorer against, probably one of your worst games of the season, one of the worst blowouts that you had so far this season. I'll take my shot with that.
I do not remember. As you guys know, I bet teams that lose by 30 points. I bet them the next game. Just
blindly.
I don't remember a team, that's 23 and 13 or this is always horrible basketball teams. Always. You know what? I'm going to be on the Knicks here. I think this is a terrible spot for the Clippers flying across the continent after a 5-game home. The Clippers are winning and winning and winning. The Knicks were just embarrassed. I mean, the statistical profile of that basketball game is insanely bad. I mean, you're led in assists by McCullough Jr. and Tyler Kolek. I mean, the fact that Brunson and Cat combined for 12 turnovers and 1 assist and 4 rebounds. And that's in 54 minutes of play. It's not like they didn't play.
Yeah.
Robert Cherry.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Jay.
I don't understand why I would say, I can't do this because it's a good basketball team. I know they're playing poorly right now, but I have to just stick to it, and I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm on the next. I wish I could move in a deeper way, whether that be like a double result or something of that nature. I don't think I should. Would you be surprised Clippers are up 10 going into the fourth and then the Knicks wake up? I mean, no. But I'm going to have to back the Knicks here. I just have to stick to this system that works for me. So we have.
So then what would you think about that team total over for the Knicks then?
I don't want to get too caught up.
Just your thoughts on it.
Well,
they come out to play against a defense that's in the bottom tier, or a team that's in the bottom tier defense on a travel across the East Coast. I would think New York could probably call their number. So I'm just trying to see if they do those two things do correlate. If you're heavy on, not heavy in a sense to our units, but if you really like the Knicks that much to cover that 4.5, then that team total over should make sense also.
It should, and that's not really how I would generally double down backing their over. I would double down backing the opposition team total under.
Although
it's moved a little bit already. But here, this is the game of the early slate.
Let's do it.
The only other game is Lakers Spurs. I mean, this is the game of the early slate. They know all eyes going to be on MSG tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be on the Knicks. I'm going to be on the other side.
Okay.
And Jermaine with you on McBride. Let's roll on. Next
Would
up,
you bet it with his dick?
8 p.m.
No.
8 p.m. 8 p.m. action here.
Yes, sir.
Robert Cherry rolling with me as well. I like it. 8 p.m. action. We have the spreadsheet play of the day from our friend
from
Ron
Ron.
Wofford. Oh, I've got Jose is now, he's got double duty with producing here.
Okay.
Let me see if I got this. Okay, there we go. And then let's go into our guy, Ron Crawford. Spreadsheet play of the day is your Phoenix Suns.
I
You're
like it.
listening on headphones.
I like it.
If you're working right now and listening on headphones, you might want to turn the volume down a little bit. Shout out to our guy, Mr. Ronnie Crawford. Let's roll here and talk about these Phoenix Suns. We already discussed the Memphis Grizzlies as well, talking a little bit about Ja, what's going on with this team. That's climbing back a little bit. They were until that losing streak, but they're coming off that big win last night at home over the Spurs, 106-105. The opposite for the Suns, of course, they had the Durant dagger.
Yeah.
I find if you guys watch KD shoot the final shot, and I swear, man, if you guys over the years, if the score is tied and KD doesn't lose if he misses, he hits that shot every single goddamn time. If he misses the shot and his team is going to lose, he misses that shot every single goddamn time. Keep an eye out for it. Keep an eye out for it. If he's not going to lose the game if he misses, he hits it every time. Just keep an eye out for it. It's something that I've been watching for years.
Very interesting. Now. Interesting, Jay.
It's wild, and I've been watching it for 4 years now. He's an assassin if he's not about to lose. If the whole game's on the line, it's a little different. But still, nothing to take away from KD. He's playing wonderfully. He's fit in beautifully with this Rockets team. He's playing great ball. We have the Spurs coming off, or the Grizzlies coming off the 106-105 victory that meant a lot to them. Wemby went for 30 off the bench against them. For these Grizzlies, they did it all, where Ja was nowhere to be found. Jaren Jackson Jr. went for 21. Spencer went for 21. Jock Landale went for 19. It was a huge victory. A huge victory here. Yes, Jerry Davis again, though. Please listen. The score was tied 97-97, right? So please understand what I'm saying. That's all. It's when he's down a point or two and they lose if he misses a shot, he misses them. That's all I'm saying. Okay, here we have that 106-105 game. And I'm a KD fan. I like KD. We have the Suns coming off that dagger loss at Houston. This is a very tough spot for the Memphis Grizzlies.
It is.
To the health situation with the Grizzlies on the second half of back-to-back. We have, of course, John now questionable. So Edey out, Conchar out, Pippen out, Coward out, Clark out. We have Williams, Ja, Aldama questionable, and then JJJ is probable. So who do you need to know about the most is Ja, and we expect him to be in the lineup. And there's no, the problem is there's no shoot around, right? Second half of back-to-back, so you just have to hope that he's in, which I think is fair. Jalen Green is out for the Suns. He's been out for a while. So it's Gillespie, Booker,
out for a minute.
O'Neal, and Williams. Man, how is this not a terrible spot here for Memphis Grizzlies?
I know.
Let's take a look at this line history and then hand it over to Derl. We have a total at 232.5. This total has climbed 5 points. It opened up at 227.5, and within 11 minutes it moved to 230.5. So a 3-point move. It's 2.5 point move since that initial 3-point move. So a big move. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Phoenix -5, -105. They opened up at 4, went to 5, back to 4.5. Why the hell would it go back to 4.5? Now it's at 5. The Suns under 500 on the road. I guess you just watch the Grizzlies beat the Spurs. It is a bit of a surprise. Maybe let's see the cash flow here. Cash flow wise, we have 50% of the tickets on Phoenix and 64% of the cash. Now, Circa is hanging a 5, while some of the dumber books, we can call them, are hanging 4.5. So at least we see that. 80% of tickets and 90% of cash on the under, and yet it keeps climbing. It's absolutely nuts here. Occupancy said, "Do you guys think the under 233.5 is a good bet here?" We have a Memphis team playing at the third fastest pace in the NBA over the last 10 games, but they're on the second half back-to-back. Will they slow down a little bit? Both teams are shooting the ball almost identically. It's just that Phoenix is playing slower and playing better basketball. When I told you guys there was only one team that was 7-3 of these next 14 teams we're going to talk about, here they are. It's the Phoenix Suns. Take it away for us here. Take it away, Darryl. Suns.
Yeah, reading the comments, man. Two good things here. And Gillespie's threes is absolutely a cash cow, if you guys don't know about it. Absolutely. That's kind of one of those blind bets. But Robert Cherry hit it on the head. This is a no-brainer, guys. Let's not overthink this. Suns right now, just for the season, if I'm right, ATS 24-10-2. That's their ATS record. Even though they were 7-3 straight up, these last 10, they're 9-1 ATS against the spread. And they're coming off a game where they beat OKC outright, 108-105. They shouldn't have lost that Houston game, but that was off a back-to-back. So you get a couple of days rest. And now you play Memphis, who is absolutely ass, in my opinion. Memphis is, to me, man, it's kind of like it's a shame to see what has happened with that team just in a matter of years. It's a shame. You almost need to just kind of break everything and just rebuild, re-strategize. Jaren Jackson is not who he is anymore. You've got Zach Edey, who's came in and kind of taken his role in his spot. So it's funny where that team, Zach Edey is more valuable than JJJ. You know, at one point, this guy was calling himself the Block Panther. So all in all, this is a no-brainer, man. Give me the Suns, -4.5. I already stepped on that earlier, too. This is going to get to 5.5. It absolutely will. But I just think that the Suns right now are a better team, absolutely that. And their ATS record has kind of showed tried and true for this season that these guys cover spreads, right? So let's go Phoenix Suns -4.5. I'm not going to overthink this here. I like it.
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Kripke on the other side of it, but
yeah, Kripke. I think we've been on a couple of other sides, man. So,
but it makes
I hear you, brother.
Makes perfect sense to me. I fear the 4.5, 5. I think I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say this game's going to probably go down to the wire, but I agree. I agree that, and it's simple. Like I have to fade the Grizzlies after a win that they just had, and I have to back a basketball team after the gut punch that they just took. So I have to.
Right.
I have to do it here. Let's roll on here. Before we do flip the switch, you know, my man Dougie Wise talking about all the money on the Knicks, and he's not wrong, but it just depends what site you look at. The odds logic board, which is now that we've been with this material for so long, you know, Troy firmly believes this is the sharp action, and then action gives you the public action. And again, you can decipher it however you want, but the odds logic says all the money's on New York, 62% of tickets and 85% of cash. Action says it's all on the Clippers. It's not all, but 64% of tickets, 66% of cash. Again, these are the tricky things that we need to deal with as cappers. So let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. Jazz Thunder. Let's roll. Jazz 12-23. 4-12 on the road. At the Oklahoma City Thunder, 30-7, 17-2 at home, 5-5 over their last 10. Forget about the 73-9 Warriors or the 72-10 Bulls. Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Both teams playing similar paces. Utah 12th fastest over the last 10 games. Oklahoma City 13th fastest. A little over 101 possessions a game. Utah 2-8 again. Oklahoma City 5-5. What has happened statistically from Oklahoma City? They're shooting the ball poorly from outside, man. 33.5% from three. That's the lowest number I've written down for the Thunder in 2-3 years or so. Justin has Thunder -18.5 in his pocket. Utah's on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Mavericks tomorrow, so they have the back-to-back with travel, which is always difficult. Let's take a look at the situation from a who will be in and who will be out. Let's get over to the Thunder. The Thunder have Jalen Williams, the center, out, Hartenstein out, Caruso out, Shea Gilgis Alexander is listed as questionable here. So right knee bursitis, and he was a very late addition to the injury report. So a surprise that he's on this injury report. I imagine the line. Let's just see if the line is moved because of it. When we get to the line history here, it is not. So I mean, that should tell you that some people aren't worrying about it. This opened up at 17 and it got up to 19 and a half at 10:25 a.m. That was announced. He was a late addition to the injury report. They moved 2 points away to 17 and a half. Now we're at 18. So we had a 1 point move towards the Thunder. From a total standpoint here, we have a 240. Opened up at 238 and a half. It got up to 242 and a half before it dropped back down to 240. We have a Jazz team that is coming off of 4 straight losses. They've been on this road trip since the 1st of January. Lost them all by margin. Coming off a 20-point loss at Portland. Excuse me, on Monday. The Thunder have lost 2 straight games. They lose at Phoenix 108-105 and then come home and lose to Charlotte 124-97. You have to think that they're shot out of a cannon here against this squad. I can understand why you guys are not afraid of the big number. 68% of tickets, 67% of cash on OKC, 78% of tickets on the under, and 89% of the cash is on the under. Take it away for us, Derl, Jazz, Thunder.
I'm going to get here, I think. I just want to see what this line does. But I just think with this game here, you get in and you get out early. Look at the first quarter. Oklahoma City right now is second in the league in first quarter scoring. And you know what? When I see that huge disparity in numbers, I've never changed that about my cap, Jimmy. I'm going to most likely go with that number, that line. OKC last 3, 31. Last one, 33. At home, 31.3. Away, 30.3. Utah Jazz is right in the middle of the pack, just about 14th in the league. For the season, they're averaging 29.8. But check this out. In their last 3, 24 points in the first quarter. So this trip is wearing on them, right? So now you need the Thunder to kind of start off fast. Thunder should not have lost outright to Charlotte. You know that they are taking that. They are looking at that game like, how we trick that shit off, right? They've already played twice this year, Jazz and OKC. And both times, OKC have blown them out. So this 19 would seem like nothing. On November, that spread was closed at 16 and a half. December closed at 13 and a half. It just seems like this would be a get right spot for OKC because again, that is a game that you should not have lost. When you're looking at the schedule, you know, oh yeah, we got them. Like, yeah, there's no way. So this is a get right game for OKC. Also, Saturated did hit the nail right on the head, and that is look at their team total over. Jazz ain't stopping a goddamn person, right? You can call your number. For what it's worth, again, the November game, OKC put up 144 points. The December game, OKC put up 131 points. Now, here's another thing. OKC is coming off 2 losses. Everybody is looking at the Charlotte game, but yeah, they lost to Phoenix. So this is definitely a get right spot. Everybody's talking about now how after the cup they're 5-5. Could be an even worse record now. So, you know, either the NBA has found the formula to beat OKC, or OKC has just really been out of rhythm and they need to get that shit back. And this is probably one of those games that you can do it at. Also, if you have not been taking Keontae George's points, you are leaving money on the table. Absolutely leaving money on the table right now. So, all in all, Kripke, you're right about that. This is an absolute pass for me. The game is garbage, but if I could only look one way, it would absolutely be OKC. They've got to get right here.
Would you prefer the Thunder at a much smaller number without Shea out there? Not much, but let's say 3.5 points.
See, so with me, this team wins by committee. That's the way I look at them, right? So would I prefer a smaller number? Absolutely. Absolutely. And if Shea is out, I just think this team is so well rounded that they could still beat them by margin, even at the 18-19, even if Shea was out. I just think they're built like that.
What did you get on Keontae George?
I haven't played it at all. I have
Okay.
not played that. I was actually just looking at their first quarter. The first quarter right now is 6. That's a lot of points. But again, there's almost a 10-point disparity between these two teams in the first quarter, especially in their recent body of work.
I want. They didn't lose by 30 last game, thankfully. I thought they had for 1 second, but they didn't. I would like Shea out, this line to drop down to 14 or so, and then to back the Thunder.
There you go.
I'll see if I get that opportunity. If Shea's out, maybe it's a message that it should be bet at 18.5 or 19. I get why you guys are on them. I'm just going to need a little bit more time here because I told you my preference, and I'll stay with it. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, the LA Lakers 23-11, 13-5 on the road at the San Antonio Spurs 25-11, 12-5 at home at Frost Bank Center, San Antonio, Texas. Both teams 6-4 over their past 10 games. Spurs playing at the 11th fastest pace, 101.9 possessions a game over that period, while the Lakers are playing at the 23rd fastest pace, 98.9 possessions a game. 48.7% the Lakers are shooting from the field, 30.3% from three. That's the lowest of any team playing today. The Spurs shooting 46 from the field, also poor from three, 32% from three. Let's set up the rest situation first and then go from there. Here we go. We have the Lakers with no AR-15, no Rui Hachimura. LeBron James is questionable at this point, and so is Wemby. So LeBron questionable due to left foot joint arthritis and a right sciatica injury. God, it sounds like he's 91. You know,
man,
I got shingles.
Yeah.
So he's on the second leg of a back-to-back. He's not playing, man.
He's not playing. He told you that yesterday. He literally told you without telling you yesterday.
We have Wemby here, questionable against the Lakers with a left knee bone bruise.
I think he plays. I think Wemby plays, even on a back-to-back. Only because, again, I was watching the Spurs play, and the commentary with that was, what is his name? Victor Johnson? That's the head coach, Victor? Says that as of right now, the way Wemby is feeling, should be okay to play back-to-backs.
Well, he's only playing 20 minutes a game.
Exactly. But they said that game would be
Mitch Johnson.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson. Got it. Yeah, that game, that was kind of like the telltale sign. If he can now go longer and play these back-to-backs. And they said based upon his progress, he should be okay. So I would not be surprised. I would be more surprised if Wemby sat today.
Well, it's very tricky putting. I mean, we can believe that LeBron is out. It's harder with the Wemby situation. Spurs are coming off back-to-back losses at home to Portland by 5, at Memphis by 1. Both teams are on the second half of a back-to-back. So let's take a look at the line history and then send this over to our guy, Derl. We have a total of 235.5. This opened up at 233.5, climbed up to 237s, dropped a 1.5 to 235.5. From a side perspective here, we have the Spurs -8, -105. I mean, I guess that tells you that Wemby is in 7.5, 2 and 8. And when you take a look at the cash flow here, we have 53% of tickets, 87% of cash on the Spurs, 62% of tickets on the over, and 79% of cash on the over. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Robert Cherry. You're right. We shouldn't be messing with that, man. That sounds awful. So I will cut any further talk about that. I apologize there on my part.
Mhm.
Take it away though for us here, Daryl. Lakers, Spurs.
Yeah, I don't want any parts in this game. I don't. We're talking about two back-to-backs, and I want to get there with the Lakers, man, but I think I am having at this point now LeBron fatigue. I think I'm there. And this team doesn't play any defense whatsoever. They're ranked dead last defending the guards, right? So I just think this could be a great game for Stephon Castle to take off. Um, until I see Rui and Reeves back in there, I feel a lot better. But I don't trust this team. Of course, we expect them to beat bad teams. One kind of shining note that kind of sticks out, or the stat I do like, is they are officially 12-0 when it comes to crunch time and winning games.
Wow.
So crunch time is described as being up or down 5 points with 5 minutes left to go in the game, right? And these guys are 12-0 with all this other hoopla and all the bullshit that they deal with. These guys are literally 12-0 when it comes to crunch time. So that tells me that yeah, they lock in when they need to. But I have not played any Lakers games, and I probably won't until they're fully healthy. So give me Rui, give me Reeves back in there. Um, DeAndre Ayton is having a game, so if you want to look at his double doubles, he can. But again, I mean, you're going up against Wemby and a tough interior. Um, yeah, no moves for me on this one here. I don't like I currently am not liking the Lakers. As a fan, I'm not liking them, and I'm completely done with JJ.
Doesn't this feel like a Spurs smash and grab?
It really does. It really does. Honestly, that line is 8 for a reason. And that's a lot of points from a team who what has lost back-to-back games.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to move on the
Uh,
Spurs here.
Yeah, I just
They have so much depth too.
They
They're
do. They do. Like the way you can look at this is you look at Harrison Barnes, you look at Wemby. De'Aaron Fox had a shitty game. I think he had like 2 or 4 points. So you look for him to bounce back. But Stephon Castle has been that engine, man. And you look at Dylan Harper, like these guys are all balling. So to your point, yes, there is absolutely depth there. So yeah.
I'm gonna move on the Spurs here. I'm not. I mean, maybe, I think I should probably move it sooner rather than later. LeBron's gonna be announced out. Wemby's probably announced in. Maybe move
Yeah,
another half point.
you
Half
got to
point.
move on it now. Yeah, but that line is that's already been baked in. I
Yeah.
hate these injury reports now, man, because trust you me, these books, since they're all in bed together, man. These books know exactly who's sitting and who's playing way before.
Well, we have an okay injury report in our next game. Second to last game on today's show, we have the Milwaukee Bucks 16 and 27, 11 on the road. The Golden State Warriors 19, 18, 11, 5 at home with Chase Center in San
Appreciate you,
Francisco.
Stan.
Say what, my man?
Stan, I said I appreciate you,
Oh,
Stan.
yeah, stand
Jimmy,
on the
I
grid.
think I'm the only one. I really do think I'm the only one who cuts you off. I cut you off so much.
Oh no, man, it's all good. It's all
You're
good,
trying to give
man.
a little. You trying to give a little breakdown and throw the numbers and shit. And I just be saying shit. Give me like,
Oh, it's
no,
all good,
okay,
your
brother.
money. Let's roll. Let's roll here. So we know that Steph is in and Draymond Green is questionable. Watching
Yeah,
Draymond in that last game, it was funny. Like I don't usually laugh at these sorts
yeah.
of things, but every single time
He's
he was just,
cooked.
but he was getting hurt. Like he was
Hmm.
diving for balls, hitting chairs. He was
Yeah,
wincing and wincing, and he wouldn't leave the game. Like he was clearly hurting, and he would hurt his ankle, roll his ankle. He wouldn't. I liked seeing it. There's like old man basketball.
it is, brother. It is.
I
That's
like
old.
Draymond Green. I like
I do
Draymond Green.
too. I do too. That's the thing about it. A lot of people don't like Dre.
They'd
I
want him on
like
their
him, man.
basketball team.
I like the brother. And
Yeah.
again, this was during that dynasty era, man. 2014, 2015. I remember them showing some behind the scenes with him. And this guy, you got to understand, like, as dumb as shit as he does with all his antics and everything like that, The dude is a basketball savant. And something that he specifically said, he said, I watch tape on you. I know how many steps that you make in each game that you play. Like literally counting this man's steps. And that's how he knew where to be ahead of him and stuff like that. So yeah, to your point, I like Dre. I do, man. But this old man Dre, this shit is nah, man. I don't like him now.
I like him even more. I like him even
Hell
more.
no.
I was laughing my ass off watching him like hit chairs, roll his ankle every time he was just in pain. And you know, Kerr's like, get off, and he's like, no. Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? I like him. And so we don't know if he's going to be in the lineup. He was banged up in that game, but we know that Giannis is in the lineup, and we know that Steph is in the lineup. So we do have a bit of a setup. Bucks are starting to play better basketball. Coming off a 115-98 win against lowly Sacramento to start out this road trip, and then they get the 2 days off before they play again. It's not a bad situation. They play at LA on Friday. They play at Denver on Sunday. This team has won 4 or 5. They've won 5 of 7. They're just playing better ball. Giannis went for 37 and 11 last game. Let's talk about these Golden State Warriors here. It's fun for me to have them on the TV when I'm capping late at night. I like watching them play ball. They're coming off 103-102 loss at the Clippers on Monday. This is the beginning of a big, long homestand.
Right.
8-game homestand that they're starting off here. And it starts against the Bucks. They've lost 2 of 3. They got embarrassed by Oklahoma City at home, came back and beat Utah by 9, then lose to the Clippers. Not exactly playing very good ball. Godfather says take the Bucks plus 5.5 call tonight. I'm leaning towards that as well. Let's break it down. The Bucks are 7-11 on the road, and of course Warriors 11-5 at home. Milwaukee 5-5 over their past 10, 26th fastest pace, 97.95 possessions a game, shooting 46.1 from the field, 35.5 from 3. Warriors are 6-4 over their past 10, playing 17th fastest pace, 100.45 possessions a game, shooting 45.5 from the field, and 33.6% from 3. So let's get into this line history and hand it over to Derl. We have the Bucks plus 5.5. They opened up at plus 5, got up to 6.5, and now we're just sitting at 5.5. So we've had a half-point move towards the Warriors. When we get to the total, we have this total sitting at 230. It opened up at 228.5, got up to 230.5, back to 230. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have, oh, wow. I'm surprised. I'm going to have to look at 2 books now. 2 sites. 79% of the tickets, 91% of cash on Milwaukee. Wow. And this line is not moving. Circa's got the 5.5 with 77% of tickets and 89% cash on Milwaukee. They've moved to the point towards the Warriors. Wow. If this is backed up by action, then it's got to be Warriors or no bet, unfortunately. Just the way I do. 61% of tickets, 64% of cash on the Bucks here as well. So it's not as egregious as it is at the other sites. Wow. Take it away, Darryl. Bucks, Warriors.
Against Sacramento Kings, 12 points. Against the Hornets, 29 points. Against the Wizards, 16 points. Against the Hornets again, 13 points. And against the Bulls, 20 points. Key player there. Who do you think that is for the Bucks?
Well, because I know Saturate's talking about Rollins.
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
I know,
Okay.
I know
Yeah.
It's got to be him. Yeah.
If you're not betting his points, you're leaving money on the table right now, right? I have not played it, but I'm seeing a 15.5 at minus 114. I think I'm going to jump on that along with his threes. But right now that those threes are plus money, I'm gonna see if it gets bet down to 1.5. His threes are 2.5, and you see it at plus 139. When I see that kind of on a prop play, I leave it alone, man. To me, it's too risky. So I'm seeing the under his threes are at minus 182. I'll see if this goes to 1.5. I've never seen a number go down. But I think Ryan Rollins is absolutely the play here. Absolutely. His points and his threes. So I haven't made a move on that yet. Saturated, I'm just saying, yeah, absolutely. Um, Ryan Rollins is the way to go. If you have not been just watching this guy and playing his points, then again, you're leaving money on the table. So that is a strong lean for me. I haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, I would definitely like to probably be more invested in Ryan Rollins. I'll probably add that play out later.
Yeah, I wonder if I should flip or just stay off. When you see books taking this amount of money on a squad not moving the line, you know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. But I don't like flipping. But if I did open up to flipping, I would have a higher ROI. I've seen it in every sport. I tend to, I'll just stay off instead of actually flipping. I understand why nobody would want the Warriors right now, and the Bucks are playing really good ball. But this is wild. I mean, we're watching these books take dollar after 92%. Okay, look, I have to be on the Warriors. I mean, 92% of cash is on the Bucks, and this line has moved a point. Oh, I guess
toward the Warriors.
No, it's taking the point. Sorry, I said it wrong. It's taking the point towards the Bucks. So
toward the Bucks.
6.5 to 5.5, 6.5 to 5.
Okay. Yeah, I was a little confused there.
Yeah, because I said that it was not moving a point towards Warriors. That's my fault. Sorry about that. That's very crucial. So sorry. It's we're in hour 4 here. Starting hour 5. I didn't say. I'm with you guys. How could this not be a Buck spot? Warriors are not playing good ball. I just don't know why they're taking so much money. I'm going to have to revisit this. Sweaty Butcher in the house. We're talking
Sweaty
NBA.
Butcher. What up, brother? What up? What up? What up, though?
Beast, the Sweaty Butcher. All right, let's talk about our final spot here on the board. If you add the Rollins action, tweet it out on X. Official to your action. We have 10 p.m. Eastern. Houston Rockets 22-11, 11-9 on the road to the Portland Trailblazers 17-28, 9 at home. Moda Center, Portland, Oregon. Final game of our show. Thank you guys for rocking with us here on Pub Sports Radio. Houston 6-4 over their past 10, playing 29th fastest pace, 95.22 possessions game, playing slow, shooting the ball nice, 49.2 from the field, 36.3 from 3. Portland playing slow too, 23rd fast pace, 98.9 possessions a game, shooting the ball poorly from the field, 45.6%, and 36.1 from the 3, which is not bad. Take a look at the situation injury-wise, and it's clear at least. Sengun is out for the Rockets, and Thibault, Murray, Drew, Scoot, and Grant all out for the Blazers. So at least we know exactly what this situation is. Codfather leaning towards Portland plus 6.5. MMA locker room is on Abdia over points, rebounds, and assists. Got it in his front pocket.
Front pocket, not back pocket.
No, gotta keep that shit in the front pocket, man.
Keep it in the front.
Man, don't get pickpocketed. Shit. So we have 60% of the tickets, 53% of cash on Portland, 64% of the tickets, 69% cash on the under. So here is the situation, that we see so often. We have a statement victory. The Rockets step up for their man KD. KD hits the big shot, and they all live happily ever after. But then they have to show up in Portland against a team that's won 3 straight, that's playing better ball, playing with consistency. And as soon as they beat Phoenix at home, they fly out the next day. Blazers have been at home. They beat Utah badly here on Monday night.
They did.
So it's an interesting situation here. A very, very interesting situation. And we have 2 straight games here against the Rockets at home. Jermaine says, when you say they taking money, are they not supposed to, or does something happen? I'm confused. No, it's just information. That's all. So like Milwaukee, 79% of tickets, 90% of cash. It's just information. Some people use that information. They want to know where the money is. Some people want to focus on the X's and O's.
Right.
So this show really is just about giving gamblers information to make smart wagers and for us to evolve as a group and a community. That's all it is. And so here we have the tickets 60 and 53 on Portland, which is a bit of a surprise.
That is a surprise.
I would guess that action would tell us something different. So let's go over there. And they're not. 63% of the tickets, 65% cash on Portland.
Maybe Jay, it's just because of who they've beat. Besides, I mean, yeah, you beat New Orleans, you beat San Antonio, and you beat Utah. And that you remember that Portland was the first team to beat OKC, for what it's worth. I don't know, but it's weird where the money is here.
Yeah, Kripke on the Blazers. I get it. I guess, Jermaine, to add to that, if you see 90% of the cash on a side and the line is not moving or moving in the opposite direction, you know the books are very pleased that everybody's betting that side. So that's all. Sweaty Butcher leaning to the under in this one, says away favorites off a win are 2-13 towards the under. Also a team playing at a very slow pace.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just see this line history. We have this total. Oh, God. Holy shit. This total opened up at 229.
Oh, wow.
It's now at 221.5. So it opened up at 229. Wow. Now keep this in mind, there's limits. We've seen this on a few totals here today. Within 10 minutes, they dropped it 3.5 points to 225.5. So that's wow. So you were right, Sweaty Butch. Now maybe it still can go under, but that's a big.
You get an ass into the number at that point.
Portland being bet public, at least it's a home dog, and a 0.5 point move towards the Rockets. This one makes me a little uncomfortable. Derl, take it away.
Yeah,
final game on the board.
So, as you know, Houston has the best backcourt defense, right? They play guards hard. Pause. They play them pretty tough. I was looking at something to where maybe this is a time to take Shaedon Sharpe's points under because of who they're playing. However, again, I just can't get there. Haven't pushed the button on it because you know me. There's some guys who love unders, man, and I just I've never really been able to get there for whatever reason. But if this was a day for me to play an under, this kind of tracks right. First, it's based off of how this total has dropped significantly, right? That is crazy. So 22.5 points is what his prop play is now for his points. When you're playing against Houston, who just came out and won by the skin of their teeth, if you will, against Phoenix, that score was only 197 points. Right? So there was some defense being played there. If you dig a little deeper into that, if I'm looking at Phoenix, man, they shot 42 from the field, 34 from three. Houston shot 44 from the field, but 24 from three. So that's poor shooting on the three side, right? 9 for 37. That's very, very poor. Do they repeat that same type of output? Or is it going to be lights out? When you tell me that this total was 229.5, and now we're sitting at a 221.5, there's not going to be that much better output than there was in the Phoenix game with the Rockets. So, all in all, this feels like an under-prop play on Shaedon Sharpe's part. This feels like Portland can keep this game close, right? You already have a slow pace at that and cover that spread. And yes, absolutely. Even though you are getting the ass into the number, it might not even hit 200. So yeah, but that's where things kind of feel like where they are right now. However, I haven't made a move on this game, but if I'm going to play it, I think I'm going to go to what makes sense, and that's just taking Shaedon Sharpe's points under. He did have a 29-point outing his last game, so the 22.5 doesn't seem pretty, out of reach for him. But what also gives me a little bit of confidence is that his number is juiced to the under. And I always like that with props. right? So he's sitting at a minus 134 now, which I wouldn't be surprised if this hits 21.5, but all in all, that's the only way I could go.
Well, we shall see if there are any additions here. I want to keep an eye on this line in the market. If this had moved to 5,
yeah,
I'd be on Portland. I'd be like, okay, the books are taking this seriously. They're uncomfortable with this money coming up, but they don't seem to be. So I don't know if I want to back the Rockets in this situation. So at this point, it's a similar thing to the Bucks Warriors. I mean, they're taking so much money on the Bucks. Now they did move it a point towards the Bucks, but I really want those markets to marinate. Let's review all action here. Derl, great job on this massive NBA
massive card, brother. Massive card.
Massive card. Spooner says books don't make many bad opening numbers for spreads and totals. People love to ride the steam overvaluing a specific angle when it doesn't make that big of a difference in the actual number. Talking about the importance of opening numbers, and I don't mean to go back to this game, but the Detroit Lions as 2-point dogs at Chicago when Chicago is at home and can clinch the second seed in the conference. At 2, it made no sense. And everybody thought hammer the Bears. But the books were telling you that on a neutral field, the Lions would be a slight favorite in this situation. It was insane. The line moves to 4.5 because what the hell is this number doing? And of course, the Bears lose straight up. Opening line was key. Now, again, and we keep talking about it, I got off the Bears. Did I get on the Lions and flip? No. And when I start doing that, we'll see here. Sweaty Butcher says the book's whole goal on numbers is to get as much money on both sides as possible, right? No, I don't believe that at all. And that's what we talk about.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, and you said yes.
I've never said that they want as much. They don't want. I've never said they want 50-50 action ever in my life. I didn't say it 10 years ago in Costa Rica. I've never come close to saying it ever.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe that's a different conversation.
The books are actively trying to beat you. They're actively trying to make as much money as possible. I've said that for 10 years.
Okay, so maybe that's what I said, and you corrected me on that.
Oh, I'm not. It's not about correcting me. I'm not, because people disagree with me adamantly. So I'm just saying that's how I feel. I'm not the way and the truth. It's just that's what I believe. I
believe. So then that was something that I had said because I've always thought that. But there was a point you had made that changed my mind. So that's why. So I've just gotten that cross. But I've always thought that they just want equal action on both sides.
Yeah, and I know it's generally a thought process of older cappers because they've been in the game because 35, 40 years ago, without all the information, that was the truth. They were living off the VIG. Now they're making hundreds of billions of dollars by fading the public. So Sweaty Butcher, I think they're comfortable with 90-10 in a bunch of spots where their model tells them that the cappers are going to take a bath. That's when we see 90% of the money in a reverse line.
No movement. Yeah.
Or no movement. No movement means they're comfortable. Reverse movement means, please, our models are telling us that this is going to happen. So no, but again, everybody believes different. But Troy and I are adamant, and Spooner, the three of us are adamant. The books are actively trying to beat you. And that's why it's so crucial to know about the cash flow. Now, in college basketball, it's a little different. You're not going to get that, especially with the smaller schools. You're not going to get that information.
It doesn't take much money to move at those smaller schools either.
It's not always money. It's who's betting it.
Gotcha.
It's an account that they respect. Is it a gamble that they respect? So,
absolutely.
Res Mob said that's what the Steelers plus 3.5 versus Ravens told me. See, that it told me the opposite. Now, Res Mob, I stayed off of it because I know you were on the Steelers. That deadline didn't make any sense. The Ravens shouldn't have been that big of a favorite. The Ravens were so expensive that appealed to me. The Steelers should have been cheaper. But again, and you know what? If Kyle Hamilton doesn't get concussed a few minutes into the third quarter, I think the Ravens do win by more than a score.
Remember, man, they were favorites to win the division all the way up until like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. They were favorites to win the division
the whole year. the whole year, which is crazy to me because they absolutely sucked in the beginning of the year. And I would look on there, I was like, okay, to win a fucking AFC North, you're still sitting at a minus 130?
Well, I think they did
Minus
get up
120?
I think that when they were 1-5, it got up to plus 200. I think that was the very highest high. But, these are important things that we're talking about. And
Yeah.
And when I say something, when a colleague of mine says something, again, you can take it all with a grain of salt. We are getting more experience in the game. You can trust what you want to trust, believe in what you want to believe, and there's no, but the reason why we talk so much about the cash flow is because it's changed my ROI dramatically. And then I have the proof here. I'm like, these are my records. This is the proof that I've changed dramatically. Now, there's some sports where I don't take it in. NHL, I don't. Now, I will look at it if it's like if it's almost a pick'em type spot. And then college basketball, I've not been succeeding in my career in college basketball. I saw that I was succeeding last year until February. I think I can explain that. So I've hit a little harder at where I have perceived advantages with no information on the cash flow. And then we'll see if it's succeeding long-term or not.
Yeah.
But let's review all action here in NBA with our guy, Darryl Rice.
Let's get it.
I mean, one thing about basketball right now, and obviously it's not sustainable. I have a 9.96% ROI in NBA. Sorry, 9.96% ROI in college basketball. And then 9.02% ROI in NBA. Obviously, you can't keep that going, but that's over 200 bets.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this bangs out. And I know that it's not sustainable, but let's review all action here in NBA. We have a Derl on Knuppel, over 18.5 points at minus 118. I'm going to be on the Raptors. I've moved on the Bulls plus 10 at minus 115. I thought that was a move that I needed to get ahead of, so I actually bet it to see what it's at right now. Excuse me. Right now, that is at Bulls. That's good. That 10 is I beat it by 3 cents, so it's actually come back 2 cents. It moved to minus 120. But I did move on it. Derl on Vooch over 4.5 assists at plus 106. Derl on Justin Champagny over 8.5 points minus 127. He's on Watson over 14.5 points at minus 112. I expect to be on the Celtics minus 9. I want to sit with it a little more. I think this is an Atlanta Hawks smash and grab, and I'm going to bet it accordingly. This is going to be a first half and a full game bet for me. Derl, I don't give a fucking shit what spread is play today. Magic minus 2, minus 110. I'm joining him. I love the breakdown. It is X's and O's and psychology and situational, less market.
And you don't do that all the time, Jay. But there's things that kind of stick out, and I just think this is one of those times.
And I'm doing it with the Knicks game, so I'm curious to see how both bang out. Derl is on McBride over 10 points. I'm moving on the Knicks. Derl's on the Suns minus 4.5. I'm joining him on that one. Then I want Shea to be out. If Shea's out, line drops 3.5 points or so. I'm going to move on the Thunder. If not, I'm not sure what to do. The Spurs minus 8. I'm going to be moving on here shortly. And then we talked about the last 2 games. I want to find out more information on them. Derl, thank you for all that you do for us, man. Spooner, let's hear from him. He says their model doesn't just project the game with basic numbers. They price in injuries, predict the money that will come in on each side. They have a plan on each line and how it moves before we see it. Yeah.
Well, Spoons, to add on to that also, trust me, these sharps are already in these books playing these lines even before we get them. Right, so it's kind of like a guardrail, if you will. So just in case,
there's limits with those spots, right?
But
you can't bet $10,000 on those lines.
No. But what I'm saying is, it's a guardrail. So it's really just to have somebody, if you will, for lack of a better example, double check their work, right? So if those sharps come in, and you've got a line, and those sharps think it's inflated, you know what I'm saying? They're going to bet that down. It's not really about the money. Because you can't bet a whole bunch of money anyways, but just them getting access to the lines earlier than us, that guardrail allows them to either, okay, we need to shoot this number up or we need to put this number down. So that's all it does.
What do you mean by them getting the lines early? Like, you think that they're getting the lines before BOL puts them out at 2 p.m. yesterday?
I believe, and this is primarily, I believe, with football. I believe
But we have the
that
look ahead
goes.
the week prior.
That's true too, but it's something that I had read and heard, so it's not anything that I'm standing on and that I've actually seen myself. But these sharps, these originators, if you will, have access to these lines and are able to make a play on them. Again, yeah, they are very, very
Just because
limited.
of their advanced models that they've created.
Right.
I don't believe that when I do not think when BOL puts out their lines have been out for 2 hours for tomorrow's action.
Mhm.
I don't believe 6 hours ago Sharps
went in there. Okay.
I don't believe that. Now again, it's all up to. This is all about us kind of evolving as a group, but no, I do not believe that. I believe that now their advanced models, the books models, put it out at 2 p.m. and then there's limits. You can't bet much on them. The Sharps come in because they have an advantage with their own personal models, and the accounts that they trust, they move the line accordingly. As we've seen these 2.5 3-point moves on the total. That's that. I do not think that. Why would professional gamblers get to see the line 4 hours before they're out? I mean, because it's the books trust their own numbers. They don't need. Now they'll move it accordingly, but I don't know.
Okay.
Spooner says there's episodes of Be Better Betters that reference the books having actual handicappers that work with them that get to see the line and bet it at a limit before it's released to the public. Yeah, I mean that that's possible here. I think that the books trust their numbers right now. That line that comes out at 2 p.m. I don't believe it came out at 11 a.m. and they're testing out. Now maybe they are. Maybe they are. I just don't believe that's the case here. Okay. No, thank you. Okay. Sorry, kids are back from school. Derl, you're the man. Thank you for rocking with us, man.
Appreciate it, man. Good day today to talk ball, man. I feel like it was good today.
Well,
let's see.
Let's fucking see, man. Money
let's
talks.
Cash, brother.
Yeah,
let's cash. Yeah, let's bring the new year with a bang, man. So
I popped Darryl's X handle here in the chat. Hit that link if you don't follow Darryl already. Hit that link and support our guy Darryl Rice. Darryl, it's wonderful to have you back, man. Happy New Year, you and the fam.
Happy New Year, brother.
Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
I think I've said them all, man. Let's get cash today, man. Let's just get it done. So, Jimmy, I appreciate you, brother. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. See you next week, my man.
There he is. Our guy, it's Darryl in the house, Darryl Rice. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Let's do a review of all action here. Spreadsheet play today in basketball. We told you about already the Suns. In NHL, it's the Chicago Blackhawks. Thank you guys for sticking with me through this sickness that I'm dealing with. We have the college basketball play today from Res Mob. It's Arizona minus 17.5. Spooner is on Furman minus 1.5. Kennesaw. Oh, let's get this fixed here. Sorry. There we go. Kennesaw State minus 5.5. That is the spot we're together on. 7-1 in those spots where we don't talk about. We have the same action. St. Louis plus 2.5. Belmont plus 1.5. Xavier plus 5.5. And Troy plus 3.5. Justin McKelvey stacks play day number 1. Wake Forest minus 1.5. I'm with him on Wake. And number 2, it is Hardin 25 plus. Also, Ronnie Crawford is on Virginia, is the spreadsheet play day in college basketball. Victor Reznov gave us the under 22.5 in Rockets Blazers. Chappie Funk gave us Spurs first quarter and Spurs first half. Flank Steak play today's Brooklyn Nets. He's also on Alabama, Virginia Tech, and the Flames. Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play today, Charleston Southern plus 7. My college basketball action, and I think there's going to be some additions because I've copied and pasted all the action from Cappers in the chat, and some of them were on games that I was close to moving on. So I'm going to go over everything one more time, but this is my action in college basketball. I have 17 bets. I have UNC Greensboro plus 5.5, Maryland plus 7.5, St. Bonaventure minus 6. That's no vig minus 102. Marquette minus 5, Wake Forest moneyline minus 110, Sanford minus 6.5, James Madison minus 2. Kennesaw State, as I mentioned, Jacksonville State moneyline minus 120, and Utah plus 9.5. I only have 2 road teams of my 17 bets, UNC Greensboro and Utah. Again, we're gonna keep studying as to see how successful this all is. I'm on VCU minus 2.5, Virginia Tech minus 4.5, Baylor plus 4.5, Ole Miss plus 4.5, Clemson minus 4, Bradley minus 5.5, and Loyola Chicago plus 105 on the money line. DC Capper is on Arizona State plus 18.5. Matty Ice is on Colgate, Kennesaw, and Youngstown State. Those are his top 3 plays. In the NHL, I plan to be on the Stars in the over right now. I haven't bet it yet. AM gave us the Flames money line. I have some interest in the Flames Habs under. I'm not entirely sure if I get there, but I'm certainly interested. AM's on the Blues money line. I'm going to be moving on the Senators. I still have interest in the Sharks first period plus a half. AM on the Kings puck line. I'm going to study that a little bit longer. And we just reviewed NBA. Thank you guys so much. Day in and day out. Thank you guys so much for your support. It means the world to us and to me. Res Mob, thank you, my man. We need you back at Pub 5, man. Need you to get hot over the next little while. Pay for it. Get hot, Res Mob. Go get it. We need you. I remember when he was there, brought his wife down. He was running so hot. Everything was covered through his sports action. I love that. Crip Key, thank you. Spooner, the Sweaty Butcher, thank you. Saturated says, I don't think the books care as long as you bet. Look, we can maybe it's just that simple. I don't think it is, but maybe it is. We have Jermaine in the house. Los Chudy, thank you for rocking with us, man. 4th and 1 Entertainment. Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian. Thank you. The Godfather, Dougie Wise, Just My 2 Cents. MMA Locker Room, Markel. Justin McKelvey, Occupancy Stand on Biz. Thank you guys. Robert Cherry. Thank you guys so much, man. Truly, thank you. I don't think it is saturated again. And look, I think that they're actively trying to beat us. That's why they're very comfortable at times with 85%, 90% of the cash on one side. But again, I know I have friends and colleagues who adamantly disagree. They say they only want 50-50 cash. Now, almost all of those guys are older than me, except for one. Almost every other person's older than me that believes that. I think that might be antiquated thought process. But again, we're learning more on how to beat the books and how to succeed all the time. And I'm just thankful to be part of this community. Thankful to rock with all you guys. Lucky Lefty, my man. Hope the family's doing great. Give my love to Tata and the whole fam. I love you guys, man. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let's go get this money. I'm going to drop our confidence pool first. Please sign up. We need lots of signups. It's so crucial. And we started a little bit late with our promo. So please sign up for the confidence pool if you can. It's going to be extremely enjoyable. But most importantly, let's get this money. That's what it all comes down to, is succeeding here. So let's roll that shit like that shit smoke. Let's get this money. Leche! Hey, los bookmakers. Let's go, man. Let's get it. The NFL regular season is finished. Does that mean that opportunities to make money here on Pub Sports Radio have come to an end? No!
The NFL playoffs are here, and so is the Pub Sports Radio Confidence Pool. $100 to enter, with only 3% going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
There are 13 NFL playoff games culminating in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara, California. 6 games in the wild card round, 4 in the divisional round, 2 in the conference round, and then the Super Bowl, which means you have 13 slots to fill. And you have to decide how confident you are on each game. Now, these picks are straight up. They are not against the spread. Each week, before the kickoff of the first game, you must have your picks in. PubSportsRadio.com. So your most confident bet of the entire playoffs would fill your 13th slot. Your least confident spot, the one you question and you're not sure of, will be the number 1 slot. And you fill in these slots as we go through the playoffs. The capper with the most points, when it's all said and done, wins the confidence pool.
Sign up right now at PubSportsRadio.com.
Get that cash. Get it.
From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From Yo.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate from down south where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Spartan. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit Trot Wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit Nut Flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, Moose Money Bets. From bookies to West, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm who banging with Boss and the OG Raccoon. If we need it under, I gotta hit Noli Knowles. If I land on my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Briz. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobino. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son, and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.